whichever village, town, city, country, or continent you may be joining us from, I extend a very warm welcome to each and every one of you on behalf of the South African chapter of the BRICS Business Council. Sanbonani, ladies and gentlemen, I recognize each and every one of you, be you members of the media, academia, youth structures, women's organizations, policymakers, speakers, and our respected guests. Thank you so much for joining us for this very important conversation. Professor Sooklal, our BRICS Sherpa, we look forward to your inputs. A special welcome from all of us, and on behalf of all of us, ladies and gentlemen, to the Minister of Trade, Industry, and Competition, Honorable Minister Ebrahim Patel, who also joins us this morning. Thank you, Minister, for creating time in your busy schedule for us. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Busi Mabuza. Today, for us, marks a significant milestone as we put foot on the pedal to accelerate our program of work for this year of South Africa's Chairship of BRICS, under the theme announced by Minister Pandor as BRICS and Africa, Partnerships for Mutually Accelerated Growth, Sustainable Development, and Inclusive Multilateralism. We've convened at this BRICS Economic Indaba to share information on the multitude of platforms and projects that South African and African business may wish to and be able to participate in during this year of our chairship. Speakers will share ideas, perspectives, and viewpoints that are likely to inform or impact our program of work. This conversation will no doubt foster great alignment and strategic collaboration between government and business, and I believe the numerous other stakeholders represented here today. Finally, we aim and hope to leave this virtual gathering with your support of our 2023 BRICS Business Council drive to deliver tangible outcomes on behalf of and in collaboration with business. As a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, the BRICS Business Council was established in 2013 under South Africa's chairship at the 5th Annual BRICS Summit, which was held in Durban, with South Africa having attended our first BRICS Summit as a member in 2011. This was, at that time, and in fact remains a necessary and significant work stream for the BRICS nations, as it talks directly to the objectives of contributing significantly to the development of humanity and establishing a more equitable and fairer world. Trade, business, and economic ties are critical, ladies and gentlemen, to development. We as the BRICS Business Council are therefore geared to celebrate our 10-year anniversary of economic cooperation and collaboration by further strengthening tangible delivery through accelerated, mutually beneficial trade ties between the business communities of the BRICS countries, not just in the national interest, but we'd like to do that in the continental interest. This cohort of the South African chapter of the BRICS Business Council consists of a member who has served on council since inception, and that's my colleague Stavros Nicolaou, a member who joined council in 2022, my colleague Phuthi Mahanyele-Dabengwa, and 3 members who were appointed in 2019, namely Ayanda Ntsaluba, Elias Monache, and myself. The Global Business Council operates through 9 working groups, and in the case of the South African chapter, we've allocated working group as well as country responsibility to each member of council, as indicated in the slide that is flighted at the moment. I won't go through this detail, ladies and gentlemen, because this information is available on our website, sabricsbusinesscouncil.co.za. We invite you to visit that website. The program of the day brings together eminent speakers, and thank you to all the speakers who've availed themselves from the broader BRICS formation to unpack the various tenets of our BRICS 2023 strategy. Our program is divided into 4 sessions, which I'll introduce as we go along with our program. In this first session, however, we will start off with input, context-setting input and remarks from the Honorable Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition. I need not remind you, ladies and gentlemen, that through the apex business bodies, and that would be Business Unity South Africa and Black Business Council, that South African chapter of the BRICS Business Council reports to the DTIC and the Minister of Trade and Industry. I trust the Minister has been able to join us and would like to, at this point, hand over to Minister Patel for the scene-setting remarks.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to you, and may I greet the Chairperson of the BRICS Business Council, Ms. Busi Mabuza, the CEO of Busa, Mr. Kgangki, the CEO of the Black Business Council, Mr. Kgangki Matabane, the leaders of Business Leadership South Africa, business representatives and CEOs of South African firms, officials from the DTIC and other government departments, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the invitation to say a few words at your economic Indaba. Your meeting provides an opportunity for business leaders to identify key objectives that should be pursued in the period of South Africa's chairing of BRICS and the hosting of the BRICS Business Forum. South Africa has a number of significant economic partnerships and relations. The most fundamental is that with fellow African countries. African leaders have put in place a new framework to boost trade and economic relationships with each other through the African Continental Free Trade Area, through our memberships of and the free trade arrangements we have within the Southern African Development Community, through the tripartite free trade agreement with a number of African countries, and of course, through our membership within SACU. Looking at trade flows, we export a significant quantity of goods to other African countries. This is where the largest potential for growth is. The economic relations with other key economic blocs and groupings provide an opportunity to export goods, particularly manufactured goods, so as to deepen our industrialization, create local jobs, and attract capital. Chairperson, I've been told to swap cameras.
Thank you so much, Minister.
Give me one moment.
We'd appreciate that. Thank you. Minister, the camera was perfect until they put a chair in front of you. Thank you. And
thank you, Chairperson. I'd like to repeat, because it's such a fundamental message from us. The most fundamental of our economic relationships is with fellow African countries. African leaders have put in place a new framework to boost trade and economic relationships with each other through the African Continental Free Trade Area, through our membership of and the free trade arrangements we have within SADC, through the Tripartite Agreement, and through our membership of SACRU. Looking at trade flows, we export a significant quantity of goods to other African countries. This is where the largest potential for growth is. The economic relations with other key economic and groupings provide an opportunity to export manufactured goods, so as to deepen our relation, to create local jobs and attract capital. And these relationships include the following. First, of course, BRICS, of which we are a member, and I will speak more to that in a moment. But they also include our relationship with the European Union, with whom we have economic partnership agreements and similar agreements with the UK, with the United States, with whom we have preferential market access arrangements, with Mercosur in Latin America, with whom we have preferential trade agreements, with Japan, a number of Middle Eastern countries, particularly from the GCC, and ASEAN countries, with whom we have thriving trade relationships. Within BRICS itself, we have a number of large and powerful economies. If we consider the trade data captured by each of the BRICS countries, South Africa exports to BRICS partners was 677 billion rand in 2021, with China representing 72% of that trade, the exports from South Africa to other BRICS countries, India 24%, and Russia and Brazil each accounting for about 2% of the exports. At the same time, imports from BRICS countries totaled 423 billion rand in 2021. These figures show that the volume and the value of trade between South Africa and other BRICS countries is significant. And this is particularly the case with China. Good news shows a significant trade surplus in South Africa's favor with 3 of the BRICS countries. Notable value-added products include chemical compounds and fertilizers, as well as laboratory devices such as centrifuge, mineral processing machinery, and automotive parts and accessories. Agricultural fresh products such as apples, pears, and quinces, citrus, and wines are exported to other BRICS countries. Much of our exports are, however, simply in the supply of raw materials, particularly minerals. In addition to precious metals, primary products such as coal, iron ore, manganese, and other unworked and semi-manufactured mineral products continue to dominate South Africa's export basket destined for BRICS partners. While we will continue to be an exporter of raw materials, we should not be trapped in being the supplier of raw materials to other countries when there are opportunities to add value locally and create more jobs in South Africa. That is a classic neo-colonial economic relationship trap that must be avoided. We need, therefore, to change the composition of trade with BRICS partners to enable more South African manufacturing to be exported. Of course, there are also other important opportunities, including that we can supply greater quantities of South African fruits, particularly citrus fruit, and of course meat, to BRICS countries. Above all, we need to export more pharmaceutical goods and industrial devices, electrical and mining machinery and equipment, motor vehicles and other parts, chemicals, metals, fertilizers, fruit juices, and alcoholic beverages, jewelry, and paper products. In short, our economic engagements with BRICS countries must help to boost South Africa's localization strategy, which entails building local industrial capacity to supply both our domestic market and export markets. For us, localization is not only focused on the domestic markets, it's also about that capacity we create that can enable us to be a growing player in manufacturing exports to a number of economic regions. It is not only what we sell that we should focus on, it's also the investment that we can attract. Together with the technological know-how and technology transfer arrangements that we require. Significant potential investment opportunities lie in energy for the grid, water desalination technologies, electric vehicle production, industrial components used in the fourth industrial revolution, processing and pharmaceuticals, as well as in the green economy. As an example, with regards to fuel cells and batteries, the focus is on the attraction of investment and partnerships with local companies in manufacturing, leveraging our mineral and metal base, either in South Africa or in the region, or through a combination of these. And those that in the region include manganese, cobalt, and with regard to mining and capital, there is an opportunity to leverage off the research and development that South Africa has done. I point to the 60% local goal of the mining charter. The Mandela Mining Precinct, which is our mining industry hub and collaboration between government, mining companies, and equipment makers, presents BRICS firms with partnerships for outward investment and exports of mining and other capital equipment. Industrialization is the means by which our society can become wealthier, grow faster, and do so more inclusively. Africa has served as the world's supplier of to the industrialization of other parts of the world. It is time for us to use these resources to drive our own industrialization. The success of the Business Forum will therefore not be measured by the metrics of how many delegates there are, the smoothness with which proceedings go, the level of media coverage, or the quality of the speeches from the podium. Our metric of success is whether the Business Forum has helped with the commercial relationships between firms and business associations that will in fact support our, and whether business leaders go back to their other BRICS countries, tell their boards that they will surprise on the upside by the strength of South African business community, and that they want to deepen that relationship and they want to buy more manufactured goods from South Africa. While firms can and do work together on many projects, we should recognize that South African firms do and must compete with firms in other BRICS countries. And that competition is in our own domestic market and elsewhere in the African continent. We should not make the mistake of simply becoming the import partners of the vast industrial might of many BRICS countries, but we should forge economic and commercial relationship that will drive our industrialization agenda. Increased industrial cooperation could be achieved through knowledge sharing and best practice programs. A BRICS skills program, which include leading manufacturers in BRICS countries, could improve the competitiveness of key industries in South Africa, such as the automotive sector and other sectors that are in line with the number of master plans we have in place. And as we have said, and as the theme of the BRICS Summit indicates, South Africa is also seeing BRICS as an opportunity to drive African industrialization. While a range of potential areas of cooperation and opportunities have been identified, it must be emphasized that the primary beneficiaries of the hosting of BRICS should be South Africa and other African businesses. It must be the work that is created so that labor benefits, and it must be broader society that sees the multiplier effect. More specifically, the event should be leveraged and should generate tangible economic benefits for our economy, including real export and investment deliverables. Beyond the broad strategic economic issues to be considered and addressed during the upcoming BRICS event, South Africa should present visiting BRICS firms with 3 products. With a trade book setting out what we can sell to other BRICS countries, with an investment book setting out where we need partners, and with a tourism book enticing more visitors to bring their families to enjoy our natural beauty and the warmth of our people. And so, Chairperson, I call on the South African BRICS Business Council and the wider business community to prepare for and to mobilize so that we fully utilize the business forum and, of course, the prior and the subsequent engagement. We will be working with you on the BRICS Business Forum and the BRICS exhibition component. There are events aimed at advancing a number of the themes that you are dealing with today. All of these events will be offering South African business leaders an opportunity to showcase our capabilities, and you will have access to leading businesses from the various BRICS countries. It will be done on our own home ground. Use your home ground advantage. I wish you well in the rest of this Indaba and look forward to very good outcomes. Thank you very much.
Minister, thank you so much for those crisp and clear marching orders. We now understand that our KPIs will not include the quality of the speeches or the manner in which the speeches are delivered, but the impact of our work on broader society through ensuring that we become an increasingly more important player in terms of value-added products that we can take to our BRICS partner nations, amongst other things. We will, of course, reach out to Minister's office, ladies and gentlemen, and request at least that we be provided with a summary of the input that is given, because I think it has laid tracks and set a context for our program of work and what is expected of us between now and August and beyond. Thank you so much, Minister. Much appreciated. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, I'd like us to move to our next speaker. And I'll invite His Excellency, Professor Anil Sooklal, Ambassador Anil Sooklal, who's also our BRICS Sherpa as South Africa, to give inputs on the posture of South Africa as we navigate this year. It seems that Professor Sooklal, the BRICS summit that's coming up is catching attention for all manner of reasons. We need to have a singular focus as South Africa Incorporated, especially for business, so that we're able to deliver for the country and for broader society. Over to you, Prof. Sooklal.
Thank you, Chairperson. Our Chair of the BRICS Business Council, Ms. Mabuza, Honorable Minister Patel, Mr. Kgangki, Mr. Matabane, Ms. Zulu, Prof. Matsutsa, and Mr. Ratsoma. All protocols observed. Let me firstly, Madam Chair, take this opportunity to thank the BBC for convening this very important and timeless business Indaba and giving DIRCO a platform to also share views on this very important meeting. Let me also extend warm congratulations to you, the BRICS Business Council, on the 10th anniversary that you celebrate this year. As you rightfully pointed out, we had the launch of the BRICS Business Council as one of the key deliverables for our chairship in 2013. And I think it's a milestone that all of us need to celebrate, because the BRICS Business Council is an important engine of the BRICS architecture and has played a significant role in terms of advancing our cooperation with our fellow partners since its formation 10 years ago. And I think it's a good story to tell in terms of the achievements we have made this past 10 years. But I think also as we convene this Indaba, we need to be very frank, honest, and honest with ourselves. While I say this is a good story to tell, I think there are a number of areas we need to examine where we can do better and must do better. I think Minister Patel has laid out a fantastic template for us on which to base our discussions this morning. But in reflecting on this journey over the past 10 years, I think the BRICS family has been an important part of South Africa's relations with the global community on various fronts, and not least the economic, trade and investment front. And the private sector, you, the business community, have been an important engine in terms of cementing and expanding relations with the BRICS countries. Now, in recent times, there is a great deal of attention on BRICS, far more than in the past, for a number of reasons, of which all of us are keenly aware. Least but not most important, I think one of the areas we need to focus on is, as the business community and as government, are we working together hand in hand? Are we reading off the same page? Minister Patel has raised a number of key questions, and I must say, I've been fortunate enough to be part of this journey since the inception of the BRICS Business Council. We have raised the issue of balance of trade. We have raised the issue of composition of our trade with our BRICS partners throughout this period. But I've seen very little change in terms of seriously tackling this issue, because I believe that we are not moving in tandem. And I think as we embark on the next 10 years of this journey, perhaps we need to have a serious discussion as government and private sector in terms of having a common approach in terms of looking at the tremendous opportunities that exist between the BRICS countries for the benefit of South Africa and the African continent at large. All of the BRICS countries have major relations, not only with South Africa, but the African continent. You would have seen that the news headlines this week has been streaming that BRICS has overtaken the G7 in terms of PPP GDP. BRICS now account for 31.5% of global GDP as against 30% by the G7. Way back in 2007, Jim O'Neill, who coined this term BRIC, predicted that by 2032, BRICS will overtake the G7 in terms of nominal GDP. But of course, economists today predict that this will happen much earlier. Now, this remarkable growth of BRICS on the global economic front is something that is a great opportunity for South Africa and the African continent. Are we leveraging this opportunity sufficiently? I want to be honest with you and say, no, we are not. Because I think we need to have a dedicated approach, a strategy between government and business on how we deal with the BRICS countries individually and collectively. Yes, the trade figures given by Minister Patel is very impressive in terms of our imports and exports from BRICS countries. It has grown tenfold since we established diplomatic relations with these countries. But I must say, much of that is not due to our efforts. It's because these economies are booming. China itself has been responsible over the past 10 years for at least 30% of global growth. And you have seen also the tremendous growth of India. That's why we saw a massive surge in trade with India over the past year. In 2021, our two-way trade with India was 150 billion rands. Last year, it surged to 225 billion rands. But I must say that this is still a minuscule figure in terms of the potential. All of our BRICS countries have tremendous markets. Populations of 1.5, 1.4 billion, China and India respectively, Brazil over 200 million, Russia 150 million. And these are tremendous markets for us. Why is it that they are selling more into our market, a small market of 60 million people, and we can't flood their markets with our products, be it raw materials or manufactured products? We keep complaining about balance of trade. We raise it with our bilateral partners. But what are we doing as a collective between government and the private sector to seriously address this issue? Because the opportunities are there and these markets will continue to grow. As Jim O'Neill predicted, the 4 BRICS countries will become amongst the largest economies over the next decade and will dominate the global economy in the coming decades. So despite all the difficulties and fault lines we face in the current geopolitical architecture, BRICS offers us a tremendous opportunity. And I think we need to have a pause moment. And I hope during this economic Indaba that we are robust, honest, and truthful to ourselves. Have we done justice over this past 10 years? I must compliment the BRICS Business Council and more recently, the Women's Business Alliance for the efforts that you have put in terms of accelerating our interaction with the BRICS countries. But I believe we are not doing enough. We need to do much more because the opportunities that BRICS provides for us will have tremendous impact in addressing poverty, unemployment, and inequity that exist in our country. And I believe partnering with these countries on the journey going forward, we need to have a far more dedicated approach. We launched in 2015 the BRICS Strategy for Economic Partnership, the first iteration. And in 2021, we launched the 2021-2025 Strategy for Economic Partnership. That is a good blueprint, but how are we actualizing the action plan in terms of the strategy? The first 5 years, I indicated we needed to take a pause moment and find out how did we do over this past 5 years. I don't think we undertook that exercise as we entered the next 5-year period of this strategy. Perhaps we need to reflect on this and see if we are doing enough. The world is changing at a dramatic pace. We are seeing increasingly BRICS countries trading in their own currencies. Russia is trading in the rubles with the global partners. China in the UN, and you would have seen this past 2 weeks that India has now signed agreements with 18 countries to trade in the ruble, in the rupee. What about South Africa? We have constantly said that we need to de-link ourselves from the dollarized world and start trading and borrowing in our own currencies. These are challenges which the BRICS business community need to reflect on collectively with us in government in terms of charting a new way forward, in terms of doing business anew in a changing global environment. As President Xi said to President Putin as he departed Moscow during the state visit last week, we are seeing changes that we have never seen in the past 100 years, and that we are at the forefront of these changes. BRICS is at the center of reshaping a new global geopolitical, geoeconomic architecture. And we are fortunate that we are part of this massive drive to create a more equitable, a more fairer, just global community. And I think the business community must be at the center of it, working hand in hand with government and other partners to ensure that we reap the full benefits of our membership of the BRICS. And this year, having the privilege to chair the summit provides us that great opportunity. I wish you well in your deliberations, and I look forward to the outcomes of this meeting. And thank you for giving me the privilege to be part of your meeting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The honor is all ours, Ambassador Sooklal. And thank you for reminding us of the remarkable opportunity that the growth that we've witnessed in the BRICS countries offers to us, and actually challenging us to reflect on whether we've taken advantage of this opportunity or not, without, of course, giving up the relationships that we have with the European Union, the Americas, and all the other nations that we have very healthy trading relationships with. Those we need to nurture, protect, continue to grow. However, in the interest of the continent and the country, here's an opportunity that we must not miss. And Prof, we hear you when you say we may have been sleeping on the job. We need to wake up. Ladies and gentlemen, I will now move to inputs from our key partners, the business bodies that actually nominated us onto the structure and that have worked hand in glove with us since we have been part of this council. And I will invite the CEO of Business Unity South Africa, Mr. Kgangki, to give us his reflections, to be followed immediately, without my intervention, by the CEO of the BRICS Business Council, Mr. Kgangki Matabane. Thank you so much. Over to you, Kes.
Thank you, Chair Busi, Mabuza, and thank you for the invitation. Minister, Honorable Minister, let me recognize you. Thank you for your input. Professor Sooklal and others from government, Kgangki, Matabane, and others from business, and all others who are attending this important get-together. I was going to talk a little bit to our trade relationships with the BRICS countries, but the Minister has covered that sufficiently, and I'm not going to repeat what the Minister said. Let me just add one little bit to that, and that is that the NDB, the National Development Bank, has also invested in the vicinity of 100 billion rand in South Africa in areas such as roads, ports, water, and energy. And that's an additional element of the importance of the BRICS conurbation, if you like, and how South Africa is benefiting from it. Professor Sooklal has talked about the importance of BRICS and how BRICS has become a significant player as a conurbation in world economics and in world trade. And we are obviously a small part of that grouping. I think as we look forward to us taking over the chairpersonship of BRICS, and particularly the BRICS Business Council, we should look at what our measure of success should be at the BRICS Business Council. The priority of the African continent is obviously critical, and we need to leverage as business, South African business, of our contacts, both at an organized business level on the continent, but also business to business contacts, because our businesses in South Africa have had significant investment on the continent, and ensure that as we chair the BRICS Business Council, we put the African agenda at the top of one of our priorities, particularly to see how we can, during our chairmanship of the BRICS Business Council, activate in a real way the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. We are also this year be going into discussion and negotiation on the AGOA, which would have an impact on how we're trading, and we need to be sensitive to that as well. I think we also need to ensure that, and Professor Sooklal referred to this, that there is not just coordination amongst business in South Africa, but between business and government as we chair the BRICS Business Council. We also need to ensure that we resource the Business Council appropriately, because the Business Council, particularly under our chairmanship, is going to have to deal with complex issues and have to deal with those efficiently, professionally, and ensure that we have critical and clear and measurable outputs during our term as chairmanship of the BRICS Business Council. And that means adequate resourcing, not just money, but also capacity. And I think it's something we need to talk about. We also need to, we would believe that, use the chairpersonship of the BRICS Business Council to identify right up front a number of focus areas, and those should not be too many. We should identify 3 or 4 focus areas that we believe we should be driving as the chair of the BRICS Business Council, identify deliverables on those, and ensure that at the end of our term, we can actually measure the impact of those deliverables. And I think we need to plan our work as during our chairmanship of the BRICS Business Council in that way. Let me also then just touch on some of the things that Professor Sooklal said, because I think that's important in the run to us taking over the chair. The issue about business and government getting onto the same page is a critical one. And we see with some of our BRICS partners how business and government work together. When we see them represented in different fora, they are represented together. And we believe that there is opportunity for us to actually do the same. But to do that, we do need to understand that trade and economics is going to be driven by the business sector, by the private sector. That is their role, that is what they do. And therefore, it is important to understand what the imperatives of the private sector are in the BRICS Business Council and in the broader BRICS initiative, and what the imperatives of the private sector should be during our chairmanship of the BRICS Business Council. I think it is absolutely critical that government and business work bilaterally to drive SA's business growth and involvement in the BRICS initiative, particularly during our chairmanship of the BRICS Business Council. We can have all sorts of multilateral forums and multilateral engagements, but a critical part of that has got to be very, very cohesive, intensive, bilateral engagements between business and government that will determine the roles of both business and governments during our chairmanship of the BRICS Business Council, and how we are going to actually get our act in order. What do we need to do to grow and develop our economy so that we begin to play a more influential role in the BRICS conurbation, if you like, so that we become a real player in the BRICS conurbation. And a lot of that has to do with us growing our economy, us becoming a more important factor from an economic point of view in the BRICS grouping. And I think business and government need to work very, very closely together to enable all of that to happen. So, Madam Chair, I think that the chairmanship of the BRICS Business Council gives us the opportunity, one, as business, to ensure that we play a critical role in driving trade and economic development in our country, but also on the continent, with our BRICS business partners and BRICS partners generally. I think it gives us the opportunity to put more focus and urgency on South African business and government working together to create real impact from South Africa during our chairmanship, and to ensure that we use the chairmanship to also accelerate all the efforts that are currently underway to grow our economy, to consolidate our economy, and to ensure that we become a critical partner in the BRICS grouping. So we would, as Busa, continue to commit our support to you, Madam Chair, our support to the BRICS Business Council, and we would want to work with all stakeholders to ensure that the BRICS Business Council is appropriately resourced, appropriately empowered to do what it has the potential to do. Thank you very much.
Kgangki, you'll have to unmute, please.
Hey. My apologies. I don't know what happened. Good morning, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair, for inviting us. The chairperson of the BRICS Business Council, Ms. Busi Mabuza, the Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition, Minister Patel, Professor Sooklal, Kes, Kgangki, members of the BRICS Business Council, and all protocol observed. Firstly, thank you very much for inviting us to this important conversation. And we were committing once more that the Black Business Council is ready and willing to support. We will, in this regard, we'll be meeting with the working groups in the few coming weeks to at least see how we can get our members involved in assisting where we need to assist. As to us, the BRICS opportunity present a huge opportunity for South Africa to grow the economy and create the much needed jobs. As you know, we've got the challenges of unemployment, the huge unemployment. And I agree with Kes, we need to look at how do we utilize our chairmanship or chairpersonship to implement some of the aspirations of the National Development Plan. And one of them, as you may know, is the support of small businesses, because the National Development Plan 2030 did indicate that for us to deal with the unemployment, we need to create 11 million jobs, and 90% of those jobs should be created by small businesses. So it's important that we need to find a way of how then do we take advantage of us, be the chair, to working with the BRICS countries to create jobs for utilizing small businesses. To us, the opportunity also creates a platform for our members to participate fully in the African free trade area opportunities. And as such, we just need to find a way as the BRICS Business Council, how do we involve in a meaningful way, involve the rest of the continent, so that they don't feel like they've been invited. They feel like they are part of the business summit. So we need to find a way, because as we say, it's the continent that is basically hosting the BRICS Business Council. We then need to not make them feel like they are invited as a by the way. We need to find a way how do you then engage them substantially. We also would like to reiterate that the country should still endeavor to promote localization. We believe through localization we will be able to create jobs. Reindustrialization, as the Minister Patel did say. We also believe that industrialization will also create jobs. But also we need to beneficiate to also create jobs, but also promote economic empowerment, because it's important that in whatever we do, in any opportunity that we get, we need to make sure that the economy becomes inclusive, so that we do not find the situation where we are now, where we continue to exclude the previously marginalized. So it's important that those are the issues that I think that the council should look at. Lastly, you can count on our support. We would like to take this opportunity to wish you well as we prepare for August. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to the two CEOs of the Apex business bodies, Kgangki and Kgangki Matabane. Thank you for recommitting yourselves to assisting us ensure stepped up involvement of business in the interest of South Africa's economic opportunities. You have provided us with unwavering support since day one. And this year, being the 10th anniversary of the BRICS Business Council, is, of course, a massive year for us, not for the celebrations, but for the marching orders that you've had us being given to deliver tangibly for broader society in South Africa. And you have emphasized, you yourselves have emphasized that. Thank you, and we will continue to count on you as our partners moving forward. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll swiftly move on to the second session of our program of the day, which we have titled BRICS Trade and Investment with South Africa and the Rest of the African Continent. In this segment, we are going to have input from my colleague, Stavros Nicolaou, who will sharply just help us focus on the trade opportunities that this platform provides us. Stavros will be immediately followed by, without my intervention, my colleague at the Industrial Development Corporation, Head of Economic Research and Information, Mr. Jorge Maia, an accomplished economist. And Jorge will be followed by Mr. John Rocha, who's Chief Director at the DTIC, responsible for Trade Invest Africa. And finally, we will then hear from the Director General of the New Development Bank Africa Regional Office, Mr. Monale Ratsoma, on their work to date and perhaps opportunities going forward, because all of these opportunities that have been presented to us will require funding, and no pressure on you, Mr. Monale, but we're hoping that you'll give us some nuggets and pointers that business can pursue following this engagement. Once we are done with those, I will then come in and take a few questions, mindful of the time, of course, but we may be able to take a handful of questions. Over to you, Stavros. Thank you so much.
Chair of the BRICS Business Council, my colleague and friend, Busi. Let me greet the Honourable Minister, Minister Patel, who is a great advocate of making the BRICS formation a collaborative economic success. And in the interest of time, I'm just going to use the old cliche and observe all protocols in terms of recognizing all the other wonderful colleagues that are on this call, which represent the best of SA Inc., I believe. In the brief moments that I have, I want to give the audience today a flavor and some coloring on how the Council intends executing its 11 months or so that remain as the chair of the Council. Of course, being the chair of the Council comes around every 5 years. It presents a unique opportunity for South Africa to impose some of its priorities, both within BRICS, but also more geopolitically, broadly speaking. And I think the one thing that we've arrived at a conclusion as a council is what many of the previous speakers have said, that we need to turn a lot of the good sentiment and talk into deals and trade. And I think that's going to be the focus for this council for the remaining 11 months. Placed very differently, we need to start running the council like a business, and the starting point for us is very much going to be, as a company would have management accounts, and it goes through the management accounts and it sees what parts of the business are performing and which parts are underperforming. We are going to be placing on the agenda every quarter, when we meet as a BRICS Business Council, an analysis of the trade statistics. Trade statistics for the 5 BRICS countries, but also how is BRICS interfacing with the rest of the world. So we will analyze those. We're acutely aware, again, as many previous speakers have said, that there are significant trade imbalances and trade deficits. They're disproportionate, and part of BRICS, of course, is to find, part of BRICS Council is to find the complementarities that exist, the opportunities that exist, so we can, in the first instance, balance out the trade, in the second instance, grow trade for all these BRICS countries or the rest of the world, because through these complementarities, you're getting economies of scale and you're strengthening particular sectors and or industries. So we're going to have very much a business type of approach. It's unlike what the previous 4 years have been like, and we will probably start every meeting by analyzing the trade statistics across the 5 countries. Now, what will we achieve by analyzing the trade statistics? I think the first thing is it will identify those products and or sectors that are either under or overperforming. It will identify opportunities in high growth sectors where we can leverage specific strengths or specific competitive and or differential advantage. And it will also, I believe, shine a spotlight on the fact that South Africa and Africa need to move beyond the export of raw materials, because if we analyze a lot of the statistics right now, and just very broadly speaking, within BRICS, 72% of our trade as South Africa is with China, 22% is with India, and the remaining 6% is split between Brazil and Russia. And if you analyze that further, you will see that there are significant raw material exports that leave our country. But the return trade is finished products, usually in highly advanced manufacturing industries and or sectors. So we'd like to use this to start identifying for the future where those raw material exports are taking place. How do we get to grips with turning those into advanced manufacturing opportunities for our country, in line with, of course, the country and Minister Patel's ambition to industrialize our country, or we call it to reindustrialize. So I think we're fully aligned with that agenda. And I think the starting point is for us to be numbers driven, and that's what I'm trying to demonstrate here, and have gone to great lengths and great pains to say that we have to become a lot more numbers driven, and that's what we intend to do during our tenure. To highlight a few other priorities for the next or the ensuing 11 months, a second priority for us is we're acutely aware of the responsibility that South Africa carries for the rest of the continent. And it's been said time and time again that the S in BRICS is really an S that represents our continent, and a very exciting development, I think, that will assist us to achieve what was intentionally intended when we made those comments, is certainly the rollout and execution of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. And everyone on this call knows that there's a conference in Cape Town next month, from the 15th to 19th of April, and BRICS will feature reasonably prominently in the agenda. And again, what we'd like to do is use the opportunity to profile within BRICS the Continental Free Trade Agreement, and also to assist to grow intra-African trade through partnerships and or complementarities with the BRICS nations. We're, of course, also acutely aware of the geopolitical reorientation, the geoeconomic reorientation that is taking place before our eyes. It's a new era, a new economic era, and Professor Sooklal cited a very important statistic that BRICS has now overtaken some of the other formations that are important, that always held themselves out to be the key formations. And those are all very significant geopolitical and geoeconomic developments. And we need to box and navigate very cleverly as South Africa to seize the opportunities that present when you get this global rearrangement that is happening before our very own eyes. We also, of course, are conscious of some of the tariff and non-tariff barriers to entry in some of these markets. Our role as a council, of course, is to listen and learn and find out where there are potential obstacles, administrative burden, etc., and where we can assist to free up trade. But of course, this depends on the council and business being completely in step and aligned with government. I see no difference when we go to these conferences between a government person and a business person. I think we're all part of SA Inc., and we need to be completely aligned and on the same page. Professor Sooklal and I discussed this extensively at the Sherpa's handover last month, and it's really important that we don't send out mixed messages, and we're very conscious of that as a council. Where there are difficult issues, we will certainly raise them. But I think what we're trying to achieve here is we're trying to extract maximum value for the complementarities that exist out there. And we will never do that if we are giving, many different messages from many different sources. So we're very acutely aware of that requirement as well. Let me, in the remaining time that I've got, just stress some of the more practical things that we will be looking at as a council in the next 11 months. I cannot sufficiently underscore how important it is to get to grips with the trade statistics, because the trade statistics never lie, unfortunately. And doing a comprehensive sectoral analysis around that across all 5 countries, which is something that we are seized with as a country at the moment, becomes exceedingly important to give direction to where those opportunities and complementarities lie. So I think expect us to up the ante on that. And from that would flow some of the practical solutions and practical opportunities, such as how do we have specific inward buying missions. Minister Patel, I'm not sure if he's still on the call, will know even in the time of his predecessor, China had promised it was a $10 billion, I think, buying mission. That hasn't really materialized. And you can only really get to grips with these issues if you've got the numbers at hand and you can feel the numbers, and then you can sit with your counterparts in an amicable way, of course, and work through some of these issues and tailor and customize them to what is needed bilaterally between, for example, South Africa and China. So we expect a lot more of that. I think also expect at a business matchmaking level that it is done on a more tailored and customized basis, rather than having broad representation, and there's very little synergy and or complementarity that ensues from that. Where we identify, as I said earlier, those raw material exports, we will work together hand in glove with DTIC, Invest SA, to identify where those are and to look at even things like technology transfers, so that we can rekindle some of the advanced manufacturing opportunities for our country. The lights have been off there for so that we can also understand more broadly where we can seize those opportunities issues around, for example, citrus. At the moment, our export of citrus products to Russia has suffered under unilateral economic measures. We will also seize ourselves as a council with the relevant working group to try and understand how we can facilitate solutions around those areas. So I'm just giving you a sense of some of the work that we intend doing in the next 11 months. There's a very strong African flavor to that, a very strong flavor of intra-African opportunity through the Continental Free Trade Agreement, but also to conduct our business in the next 11 months as business people should be, which is looking at the numbers, seeing where things are under or overperforming, and set our plans from that so that we are numbers driven, sectorially speaking, also at a more granular level. So colleagues, it's been a great pleasure speaking to you. My take-home message is that we have a wonderful opportunity in the next 11 months. We only get the opportunity every 5 years to impose our own agenda, and this is what we are hoping to do. And we're hoping that by imposing our agenda, we can also assist with some of the broader macro and microeconomic issues that face our country. It's been a great pleasure. Thanks very much, Busi. Back over to you.
Thank you, Stavros. And let me first present my greetings and wish a very good morning to Minister Ebrahim Patel, Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition, the Chairperson of the BRICS Business Council, Ms. Busi Mabuza, the CEO of the BRICS Business Council, Mr. Kgangki, all participants in the forum here today, as well as the organizers of the event. Secondly, let me thank all the organizers for the kind invitation for me to say a few words on South Africa's trade with other BRICS member states, and with a focus on the performance of such trade, as well as some of those opportunities for South Africa. Let me now just share my presentation. Right, I assume that it is visible now. So, as I said, the topic of my presentation is really on South Africa's trade with other BRICS member states, focusing on performance and opportunities. Various speakers before me have really emphasized the importance of the BRICS grouping in the world economy. We are talking about a combined gross domestic product of just over $28 trillion last year. That represents about 27% of global GDP. Secondly, the BRICS economies collectively accounted for 19% of global trade, that is merchandise trade, in 2021. And if we look at their combined import market, we are talking about a quantum that is over $3.9 trillion. So this reflects the magnitude and the absolute importance of the BRICS collective market, especially for a very open economy such as South Africa's. As you can see on the chart, the BRICS countries represented 14.2% of South Africa's export basket, export destinations last year. You can see that China takes the largest share of our exports at the individual country level. So it is our largest individual trading destination. But we can see also in the chart that a couple of BRICS member states specifically Russia and Brazil, account for destinations for a very small quantum of our exports. These charts here now reflect South Africa's exports to the BRICS over the period since 2010, as well as our imports from these various economies. You can see then that South Africa's exports to other BRICS economies have really grown at a significant pace, about 7.1% per annum on average since the year 2016, and amounted to about $17.6 billion in 2022, so last year. I must highlight here that we are looking at SARS data. So the source of the data that we utilize in this presentation is the South African Revenue Service, which is the official provider of data from the South African perspective. There are significant inconsistencies between what is reported by SARS and what is reported by our BRICS peers from their perspective in terms of trade between us and them. So just please bear that in mind. It's also important to bear in mind that it looks as if there was a degree of underreporting of certain South African exports, particularly in 2021 and 2022, due to the channeling of such exports via the port of Maputo in Mozambique. I don't want to go into detail here today, but I'm open to provide further clarification if need be. So we can see on the left-hand side that our exports to the BRICS economies are mainly, or by and large, really going to China and India, and our export trade with Russia, with Brazil and Russia, is really quite limited at this point in time, and it actually has been the case for many years. In terms of imports from other BRICS member states, we have seen significant growth as well, of about 7.2% per annum on average over the period reflected on the chart, so 2010 to 2022, and this amounted to about $32 billion in last year. We have recorded as South Africa trade deficits or deficits on the balance of trade collectively with other BRICS economies since the establishment of the BRICS grouping. The deficit amounted to just about $15 billion last year, which is about 4 times greater than the 3.7 billion deficit reported in 2010. This then highlights the importance of augmenting our export trade to other BRICS countries, as emphasized by a number of speakers beforehand, and because really the balance of trade is really quite skewed in their favor, especially where China is concerned. The composition of South Africa's export basket to the BRICS economies combined has not really changed that much over time. If one compares a number of years, which we have done, we can see that with some exceptions, it has really been a relatively stable composition of the export basket, dominated by coal, iron ore, manganese, ferroalloys, and chromium ores. These five export categories, as you can see on the table, represented about 65% of our exports to the BRICS economies last year. There are some, so this really shows the dominance of mineral exports, as highlighted by previous speakers. There are some significant agricultural exports, as you can see towards the bottom of the table. You can see, for example, there nuts, apples, pears, wool, and so on. But as you can see also from the table, our exports of manufactured products are very, very limited. Lastly, it's important to say that there are some noteworthy changes in some export categories headed towards the BRICS economies. And I can highlight here a couple of them. Firstly, there was a tripling of citrus exports in value terms since 2009. There was also the entry of apples and pears into the export basket, and the same applies to auto catalysts. So it's important to highlight that some newcomers in terms of export categories are also coming through. In terms of our imports from the BRICS collectively, so I'm talking about the BRICS as a grouping, these are more diverse. These are far more diverse and consist largely of manufactured goods. The largest import categories in 2022 were petroleum oils, motor vehicles for the transportation of passengers, and electric accumulators. Altogether, these represented about 18.4% of the total imports of South Africa from other BRICS economies collectively. The composition of the import basket has changed quite significantly over time, and here the comparisons were made again since the year 2009, and we have seen some alterations in imports, specifically with increases in the importation of passenger vehicles, as well as vehicle parts and accessories, flat-rolled non-alloy steel products, as well as the imports of poultry meat and edible offal. On the other hand, imports of medicaments, so pharmaceutical products, rubber or plastic, as well as rubber or plastic-based footwear decreased substantially over this period since 2009. Let me just say a few words about trade with the individual countries per se. So with regard to our trade with Brazil, Brazil remains South Africa's largest trading partner in Latin America, but nevertheless, the trade between the two countries has remained quite limited over time. And according to SARS data, it declined quite significantly compared to the early 2010s. So the chart actually shows that. So the exports on top, the blue bars, you can see that there has been a decline relative to the earlier period. The balance of trade has also been consistently in favor of Brazil. In terms of exports, these have recorded 8.3% average annual growth over the 5-year period to 2022, towards a quantum of $506 million. It's, however, as you can see on the chart, this quantum in 2022 was considerably lower than the $819 million in exports reported in 2011. Imports from Brazil amounted to about 1.6 billion. Imports from Brazil amounted to about $1.6 billion last year, which was somewhat lower than the 1.7 billion recorded in 2012. So as we can see, there is much room for improvement in our trade relations, the trade performance with Brazil, both on the export side as well as on the import side. The table on the left-hand side reflects our exports to Brazil last year, according to the harmonized system categorization. You can see there that our exports were then dominated by coal, catalytic converters, and a number of ores. These represented about 39% of the total. Motor cars are also there, accounting for about 5.3% of our exports to Brazil last year. The table on the right-hand side shows a different categorization. It is done in terms of the standard industrial classification. And what that table attempts to do is, therefore, at the sectoral level, to show which sectors have really exhibited very fast rates of growth over the period 2019 to 2022, and the respective value of exports in last year. So it's a different approach, but it could also be quite useful for the trade analysis as indicated going forward, as indicated by Stavros. So I've now explained what each slide looks like. Let me now go on to the other member states of the BRICS grouping. Our trade with Russia. In this case, Russia is the our smallest trading partner within the BRICS. The trade balance has also been in Russia's favor since 2017, and our deficit in the balance of trade with Russia has widened to about $267 million last year. Our exports to Russia last year, which amounted to about $281 million, were significantly lower than the quantum recorded in 2021 or that reported in 2012. Our imports from Russia, on the other hand, increased by 7.8% per annum on average over the past 5 years, reaching $548 million last year. Our exports to Russia are dominated by citrus fruit, apples and pears, nuts, and so on. Together, these represented about 74% of our exports to Russia last year. We can see then again on the right-hand side those categories that have really posted significant growth over the period 2019 to 2022. With regard to India, India is our second largest trading partner within the BRICS after China. Our exports to India amounted to $5.3 billion in 2022. This represents a 7.6% average annual growth over the past 5 years. Let me, however, highlight that coal exports to India and possibly others appear to have been underreported by SARS due to their channeling via the port of Maputo in Mozambique. So one would think that what you see there as the quantum of our export for last year and possibly 2021 is really an understatement, and the same applies then to the respective figures in the tables below. Our imports from India, in turn, rose at around 18% per annum over the period, over the same period, to reach $8 billion in 2022. So this actually shows really that the speed at which the Indian exporters are penetrating our market, as shown on the chart, is substantially higher than that with which we as South Africans are taking advantage of opportunities in the Indian market. The balance of trade has been in India's favor since 2019, and the deficit has widened sixfold from about $403 million in 2019 to $2.6 billion in 2022. But let us not forget the observation that I made a little bit earlier about the understatement or underreporting of our trade to India. You can see that our exports to India are dominated by coal, chemical wood pulp, ferrous manganese, and ferrous waste and scrap, accounting for about 82% of the total. Our trade with regard to our trade with China, China is South Africa's largest global trading partner at the individual country level. As I showed in the initial slide, it accounted for 9.4% of South Africa's exports to the world at large in 2022, and for 20% of South Africa's imports from the world. South Africa's exports to China amounted to just about $12 billion last year, and average annual growth over the past 5 years amounted to just over 7% per annum. Our imports from China increased by just over 9% per year over this period and amounted to $22.3 billion in last year. The trade balance, as shown on the chart, has been consistently in China's favor, and our deficit in the balance of trade with China has widened to almost $11 billion. So there is enormous room for South African exporters to find opportunities to penetrate the Chinese market. I think we need to really make a concerted effort as South Africa to alter the trend, which has not really been in South Africa's favor in terms of bilateral trade. You can see that South Africa's exports to China in 2022 are overwhelmingly dominated by minerals. In fact, if you look at the table at the bottom, you'll see that there's only one really agricultural item, which is wool, that appears in that export basket, and that represented about 1.3% of the total exports to China last year. The basket is overwhelmingly dominated by iron ore at about 29% of the total, as well as with manganese and ferroalloys, as well as chromium, playing also an important role in the export basket. I must emphasize again that iron ore exports to China and possibly others appear to have been underreported, again due to their channeling via the port of Maputo in 2021 and 2022. We have attempted to identify some opportunities for South African exports to other BRICS economies, following a rather basic methodology. Let me stress that the analysis that you will see is really based on a purely quantitative analytical method to identify potential export opportunities, and we utilize the following criteria. It's important for me to just go through these three criteria so that you understand the tables that will follow. First of all, the product which is identified is substantially exported at a quantum of in excess of $100 million by South Africa to the rest of the world, and has shown positive growth over the 5-year period to 2021. Secondly, the product is imported substantially, and this is by more than $100 million, into the specific BRICS market, which I will be highlighting. So this is that specific BRICS market imports from the rest of the world. And such imports must have shown significant positive growth over the 5-year period to 2021. However, South Africa currently exports very little, that is less than $10 million worth, or nothing at all of that product category to the specific BRICS market. I'm only going to focus on this specific table, just so that the participants are aware of what we have tried to do here. I'll pick a couple of examples, and then you will be able to see for yourselves when you receive the presentation what the opportunities could be for yourselves for each of the individual BRICS economies. So if we now look at this specific one, and I opted to look at the 6th one, which is catalysts. So over here, catalysts with precious metal or a precious metal compound. The opportunity, as we can see here, is one of expansion. And why do we say expansion? And that is because we already export some of this to Brazil, but the quantum is below $10 million worth. In this case, we exported over the past 5 years on average $3.5 million worth of catalysts to Brazil. However, let's put this in context. Our exports of catalysts to the world at large averaged over the past 5 years $515 million per annum. And Brazil, over the past 5 years, imported on average $151 million per year. So you can see that according to this very basic, purely quantitative analysis, nothing else, there's probably a possibility for increased exports of catalysts to Brazil. I then also wanted to highlight another one, which could possibly be a new opportunity, and that is polypropylene in primary forms. In this case, this would be an absolutely new opportunity because we have not exported any polypropylene to Brazil over the past 5 years. Nevertheless, on average over the past 5 years, we exported $368 million worth of polypropylene per year, and Brazil imported $355 million worth of polypropylene from the world at large per year over the past 5 years. So this gives you an indication of what we are trying to do with this rather basic exercise. These are the principal opportunities, the top 20 that were identified through these criteria, but there's many others. And here we highlight then the same approach, but with regard to Russia. Here we have the list with regard to India, and here we have the list with regard to China. So when you receive this presentation, I would really welcome that you take some time to look through some of these opportunities, as they may really be applicable to yourselves as potential exporters to the BRICS economies. Lastly, this is my last slide. The opportunities for the further development of export markets in the BRICS economies is really massive. I highlighted at the very beginning what the collective import basket is worth, really a massive amount. Let me just recap. So we're talking about a collective import market of almost $4 trillion, and therefore South Africa really should be leveraging on these opportunities. South African business enterprises, in our view, could utilize various channels within the BRICS framework to open up new opportunities for export expansion. It is also crucial, and this was really emphasized by Minister Patel and other speakers, for us to diversify, as South Africa, our export baskets to the individual BRICS economies, especially China, but not only, and really to change this trend of this overwhelming dominance by mineral exports in most cases. And we really have to emphasize the imperative of increasing the quantum of our manufactured exports as well as agricultural exports to these markets. As stated by Stavros earlier, the individual BRICS markets can be, however, particularly difficult to penetrate because there are numerous entry barriers, whether these are of a tariff or non-tariff nature, or whether they are explicit or implicit. As offered by Stavros, local businesses should really raise their concerns related to these trading challenges and bottlenecks with the BRICS Business Council. An important channel to communicate such concerns would be through the respective industry associations, so that collectively you may seek effective solutions. The existing BRICS forums are also very useful mechanisms through which to forge new relationships with counterparts in the BRICS economies to establish export channels. South African businesses with an export orientation should also be cognizant cognizant of the suite of DTIC incentives to assist exporters in manufacturing their products in the BRICS markets. This could be through exhibitions, national pavilions, and the like. And then last but not least, it is important to also state, because this presentation has really been focused on our merchandise export trade to the BRICS, with the BRICS. It's important then to not neglect the opportunities as far as services trade are concerned. And in our view, the South African services sector should explore ways to penetrate BRICS markets for trade opportunities in services, including by advocating for regulatory easing between the various member states. I would like to thank you for your attention and wish you again a very good morning.
Thank you so much, Jorge. Colleagues, may we move on to input from John Rocha, the Chief Director of, at the DTIC, followed by the DG at the New Development Bank, Mr. Monale Ratsoma. Over to you, John.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair, and good morning to all the participants. I think George covered quite substantially some of the areas that one would also cover. But my presentation will focus essentially on trading opportunities under the AFCFTA. And I'm also moving from the assumption that you are all very familiar with the AFCFTA as an agreement that was started operating in 2019, and the start of trade was kicked off in January 2021. And so far, negotiations have been proceeding quite well on a number of protocols, including the schedule of tariffs, on the rules of origins, and also in terms of other protocols related to intellectual property, competition policy, and the protection of private sector investment, as well as women and youth in trade, and also on the digital economy. So all of these have been agreed to, with the exception of the one on women and youth in trade, which is still ongoing. And from a South African perspective, or SACU, we have submitted our tariff offer in the month of February, and the East Africa community has also done that. So we basically are waiting approval from the Secretariat of that tariff offer. I want to kick off by just starting to highlight, just to complement what George shared, just give a quick overview of trade performance between Africa and BRIC. So I've excluded South Africa from that, so South Africa is part of Africa in this instance. And if we look at, in terms of our exports to Brazil, Russia, and India, and China as the African continent, we are talking about 1.5. The lowest was in 2020 for obvious reasons. So 1.5 trillion rands in 2019. And in 2020, it dropped to 1.2 trillion, and it just rose again in 2021. In terms of imports, as you can see, we import substantially more from the BRIC countries. If I may just go back a bit, our exports to BRIC is largely dominated, if you look at the data, at least the top 15, top 20 products, if not more, is largely dominated by fossil fuels, particularly oil and gas, and mineral resources. So that's our exports to all the BRIC countries. But in terms of imports, we do imports in the main finished products, with a few exceptions in terms of oil and gas that some countries do import from Russia and other places also who are part of BRIC. But if you look at our trade balance, there is a huge deficit. In 2019, it was about 672 billion rands. It increased to 1.1 trillion rands in 2020, and it has gone down again last year to about 938 billion rands. So that's our trade balance with BRIC countries. And when I'm saying ours, I'm looking at Africa in general. We have a tool from the DTIC that assesses realistic export opportunities for South Africa into BRICS. And we use the tool provided to us by Trade Research Advisory from Northwest University. And it calculates that our realistic export opportunities in the short term into BRIC countries, that South Africa is about 782 billion rands potential that we have South Africa to export into BRIC. So that's in a nutshell, just a quick overview of our trade performance. With regards to the AfCFTA and how this engagement under BRIC can work, the first that we want to state is that the partnership between Africa and BRIC has to be designed or framed and geared to achieve the objectives of the AfCFTA, which are essentially one, diversification of exports, how this partnership can help increase Africa's productive capacity, how it can be leveraged to increase entrepreneurial opportunities, accelerate growth, also attract investment between BRIC and the African continent, and lastly, facilitate also access of technology in order to create employment and broaden economic growth. And that has to happen also at business to business level. As you know, government to government discussions are ongoing, but we need to ramp up business to business engagement, talking about specific area opportunities that can be leveraged that are aligned to some of those objectives. From a trade perspective, the African Afri-Exim Bank has conducted some analysis to look at what are the main products that offer the greatest potential for intra-Africa trade. And as you can see from this paragraph, you have metals, plastic and rubber, sugar, you have food products, ferrous metals, motor vehicles and parts, chemicals, beauty products and perfumes, machinery and electricity. So the green lines here, the lighter green denotes export potential. The yellow denotes actual export, what is currently ongoing, and the darker green is untapped potential that exists to increase inter-Africa trade. So the idea here would be how can we leverage the relationship with BRIC in order to not only increase inter-Africa trade, but attract investment by BRIC companies into some of the sectors that offer significant export opportunities. We have also shared with the Secretariat of the SA BRICS Business Council all the trade data in terms of what we are exporting, so that you know what are the products that are tradable between the two regions. The other opportunity that you can lock in is the African private sector strategy that the AfCFTA Secretariat has developed, where they prioritize 4 value chains for the first set of interventions. And these are essentially agriculture and agro-processing. The big opportunities here are in the meat and meat products, fish, primary products as well, such as cereals and vegetable oils, cane and also sugar. So in agro-processing, those are the ones. The second sector is automotive and vehicle parts as well. And as we know, both China and India and Brazil have quite substantial automotive industry. They are unfortunately not participating in the auto pack that is being used by the auto industry operating in Africa to drive reforms and transformation and the development of the automotive value chain in the continent. But India and China and also Brazilian automakers are not part of that. So that offers an opportunity. The third sector is pharmaceuticals, the pharmaceutical industry, which also the Secretariat has prioritized. And the last one is linked to the services sector, focusing on transportation, logistics, and distribution. As you'll appreciate, we need to improve the quality of our infrastructure, but also the efficiency of the logistical and related services in order to allow goods to move across the continent. The specific corridors that are needed to be upgraded, modernized to facilitate the movement of goods across the continent, not only between countries, but also across every region from south to north, have been identified, and we believe proper analysis of that may then allow us to identify short-term opportunities that we can focus. And talking of transport, the UNECA had done some extensive studies to identify what is the potential or the demand for transport infrastructure and services that the FCFTA will generate. And that has found or established that the FCFTA will need to invest about $345 billion to manufacture and supply trucks. It's about 2 million trucks to move goods. We'll need about an investment of $25 billion to acquire new aircraft to move air cargo across the continent. We'll need to invest about $36 billion to manufacture new rail wagons as well. And lastly, we'll need to invest about $4 billion in new vessels to move goods under the FCFTA across the continent. Now, we know what capacities the BRIC countries have, strategic partnerships between South Africa and BRIC countries to deliver some of this transport equipment is important, particularly if we consider that South Africa has been appointed by the African Union to champion the manufacturing of rolling stock and equipment within the African continent. We have further data from this study that shows how many trucks. If you can just look, it's about 2 million trucks needed, 169,000 rail wagons, 135 vessels, and 243 new aircraft will need to be manufactured and supplied in order for AFTA to achieve its objective. So that opens up a range of opportunities in road, rail, maritime, and air transportation infrastructure and services that needs to be looked into between Africa and BRICS. This is just from the same study denoting the demand for freight, the cargo volume growth that will need to be satisfied in terms of roll freight. You can see it will grow from 201 to 403 million tons. In terms of rail freight, it will increase from 76 million tons to 39 million tons. Also in terms of maritime freight and air freight, and the detailed reports of the studies are available, and we can share that with you. Lastly is also in the area of ICT and digital infrastructure. It's extremely important, not only for to allow flow of information and data, but also to interconnect the continent, particularly in terms of terrestrial fiber, which is one of the areas where we have some weaknesses. But the continent is well supplied in terms of undersea cable connectivity, but in terms of terrestrial fiber connectivity, there is a lot that needs to be. There's a study that the World Bank has done that shows what is the demand for investment in terms of ICTs, in terms of skills, in terms of regulatory reforms that are needed to be undertaken, but also network operations and maintenance. The data is also available. Lastly, we also propose as a way, and I was listening to the CEO of the BRICS Business Council suggestion to engage other African countries. There are a couple of measures that we think I would like to propose. First of all, is to define and package and structure the opportunities within both the SA context, but also within the context of the AfCFTA, in the areas of infrastructure and industrial development, to identify specific opportunities or projects that can be presented during the BRICS summit by the private sector. The second is finding ways to enhance cooperation in capacity building, technology transfer as well, to support the structural transformation of African economies. Today, as we speak about electrical vehicles, it's one of the areas that is considered a priority. How does Africa and BRIC countries collaborate in that sense? Undertaking consultations with business across Africa is critical. We have shared some contact details with some of the business council in the continent, with the secretariat, so that you can then, as business, engage with them, listen their side as well, and identify opportunities of interest to them, so that this can then be jointly presented to the summit. The fourth is on a common position on all of the above. What is the message that, as host, you wish to convey to the African private sector to mobilize them and get them involved in this process? What's the message that you wish to convey to African governments in general? And what is the message that you wish to convey to the BRICS partners in terms of how it can strengthen cooperation with the African continent under the AfCFTA? And lastly, I saw from Stavros' presentation there is a need for us to do really a deeper analysis to understand the competitive forces that we have to face, so that we can see how we manage. The developed countries have a range of initiatives, also some to support after. It may bring us challenges and opportunities. So understanding that and how, as a continent, we can manage that is going to be extremely critical. Chair, this concludes my presentation, and I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, John. We'll now invite the DG for the New Development Bank Africa region, Mr. Ratsoma. Over to you, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd also like to share some slides. Thank you very much, Chair, and all protocol observed. Let me just begin by picking up on the presentation from John Rocha on financing of infrastructure, and just indicate that the NDB is very much open for business. We've got appetite to do more projects in South Africa, and increasingly we are looking at expanding membership in the continent. I think this relates to, obviously, the wish to expand trade beyond the borders, the immediate borders of the African continent. We have, I think, through the BRICS Business Council, come across projects previously, and some we've been able to finance either directly or through intermediaries, the other DFIs. So I think that's the message that I would want to, at the beginning, just indicate that we are here as an institution to finance infrastructure, and where there are opportunities, with that indication, John, that preparation for summit, I think that can begin with having the conversation with the local office through myself based in Johannesburg. So where are we now as an institution? The bank, in the first 6 or 7 years of operation, have thus far across the member countries approved about $30 billion worth of projects. That's about 90 projects in total, and continue, of course, periodically to approve more projects across different sectors, and indicated on the slides, mainly driven around transport, electricity, urban development, And we've also, in the last 2 years, responded through some COVID measures on the health and also some support to economies to respond on the economic front to the impact that was brought about by COVID. So South Africa's share of the approved project currently sit at about 18%. I think you have to take this number as an indication of real progress on the South African portfolio, just by sheer size compared to markets such as India and China that are bringing in multiples to the bank projects. So for every one project that South Africa brings to the bank, China and India, by just the sheer size, will be bringing at least 10 projects. But the fact that we've been able to keep up on a much more broad basis, I think just an indication of the impact that the bank has also been creating. For the next number of years of strategy to 2026, we'll be focusing a lot on what coming through as new is that the bank looks to also start or increase coverage for corporate sector and also project finance, and also tapping more into local currency market, more from borrowing in local currency to increase that capability, and also then lending in local currency. I think we have seen a number of projects in South Africa that are coming through requiring local currency support, where traditionally the bank has been lending in foreign currency. So we're looking to do more collaborative funding, co-financing with other institutions. I think there are a number of projects that we have now in our pipeline that really speaks to that, where the bank leads and bring other partners for potential financing of project. And I think thematic bond issuance is also very much in focus. I think the emphasis on green financing. I think the bank will be expanding its operation and finding in bonds that are themed across where the resources are going to be deployed. With regards to sectors, for the next 5 years of strategy, the bank will be looking at clean energy financing, transport infrastructure at the main. We've got a number of very good projects now that we're considering that are on rail networks and also port infrastructure that will enable trade, water and sanitation, an increased focus on that, environmental protection projects. Social infrastructure is also a new area that we, as the institution, is looking to focus on, where we have seen urban development infrastructure, health infrastructure being presented to the bank, and also student accommodation being financed through intermediaries coming through in the bank. Digital infrastructure, as John was touching on, as a focus, we have at least 2 in our pipeline of projects that are about to be concluded that are about digital infrastructure in South Africa. With regards to lending modalities, our early days of operation, we focused a lot on sovereign programs and state-owned entities coming through either on a standalone or with guarantees. We've expanded our project and program offering to subnationals, which then this covers municipalities. We've engaged with the City of Johannesburg, City of Cape Town. We're looking to expand this beyond the metros as well. I think corporate funding and project finance, that's a big focus for us. Very good opportunities that we've seen in better generation project finance. We see also in the renewables, and there's quite a few in our pipeline, as I've indicated, that we're looking to conclude. And some of this obviously wrapped around the fact that the bank has already pledged to South Africa about $3 billion for the next 3 years, as part of the just energy transition. So what we would have been ordinarily seeing is the discussion with the international partners, between international partners and the government on the $8.5 billion. Beyond that, those institutions that are not part of that club have also approached government to offer their own support. And in this case, isolating the NDB as having indicated that we can support the government to the tune of $3 billion over the next 3 years for just energy transition related project work. And how the portfolio currently looks in South Africa, we have 12 projects in total that have been thus far approved, which amount to about $5.6 billion dollars of the total the bank has thus far done. A reasonable amount has already been done in local currency. I think this ties in with our ambition to increasingly respond to the market demand for local currency. I know if Minister Patel is still in the room, he always has a question about how much of this $5.6 billion would be dispersed thus far. Over 50% of this has already been dispersed, and we're looking to ramp up also the disbursement into various sectors within this year, as we also expand on the total number of projects that have been already approved. So this just to indicate on the list of this in a little bit more detail where the bank has already financed the project, indicated in the early days, very much I think Eskom and Transnet were the dominant institution in our portfolio. We finance Development Bank of Southern Africa, the IDC, TCTA water project, Sanral. So if we fast forward to the next 2 years, 3 years of strategy, has indicated that our pipeline increasingly is showing up with private sector and private sector projects and corporate lending, and that being the focus. So this picture, in all likelihood, will look quite differently when next time we have this discussion. So in closing. So the bank is looking to intensify its work in South Africa. There is a broad strategy to also do projects beyond the borders of South Africa. We already have such projects in the form of Lesotho Highlands Water project, with fetching water from Lesotho to South Africa. But in this case, it was deemed to be it was supported on the basis of the economic benefit flowing into South Africa. But the next focus will be to get new members from the African continent to join the bank. We have an interest, or Egypt is already one that is far advanced in terms of finalizing all the documentation. So we'll be doing projects in Egypt within this year, and a number of other countries that are at different stages of considering joining and becoming members of the bank, which will really help us in being able to consider cross-border projects that will facilitate trade between South Africa and the rest of the continent. So, Chair, I think in short, that's where the new development bank is.
Thank you so much for that update, Monale, and especially for also indicating what the pipeline looks like going forward. I have no doubt, ladies and gentlemen, that there are so many questions, so many clarifications that you may have at this point. However, let me just indicate, especially to the members of the media, that we've requested that speakers should avail themselves for an additional half an hour when we finish this session for your specific media questions. If they can't stay on that long, then our secretariat, through Charmaine Venkatsamy and Zakwana, Captain, will be able to facilitate your engagement with the speakers. And I am sorry to disappoint the delegates that are in the room at the moment, but I will request that we keep the Q&A for a little later, depending on how much time we have as we move along. I'll now move us on to the next segment of our day, of our conversation, which now drills in deep into the roadmap of our program of work. This particular session will be headlined by my colleague, the Deputy Director General for Trade and Investment South Africa at the DTIC, Ms. Lerato Mataboge. And I won't come back after the DDG's presentation, and therefore will ask that the leadership of our working groups that are represented here today come in the following order, please, starting with Agribusiness, Wandile Sihlobo, Digital Economy, Ziaad Suleman, Financial Services, David Jarvis, Infrastructure, Evendra Naidu, Energy and Green Economy, Brian Damis, Manufacturing, Nizam Kala. We have received an apology from our Skills Development Working Group. However, their information will be available through our website as you need. And we're currently at a global level in conversation on potential refocusing of our deregulation working group so that it can optimally support our trade initiatives and drive. And we have reached out as South Africa Incorporated to industry to help us as a local industry, domestic aviation industry leadership, to help us resuscitate our aviation working group, because it's not just important for the movement of people, movement of goods, but it's also a critical support infrastructure for growing tourism, an area that we know we need as a country and a continent in order to keep our economy lubricated and growing. Following the working group presentations, I won't come in before Mteza Mjopo, who has our content technical team as part of our secretariat, just gives us an insight, or for those of you who wish to participate, how to do so. Lerato, I'll hand over to you, and thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us. Thanks, Lerato.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me quickly acknowledge the Honourable Minister, Ebrahim Patel, as well as acknowledge you, Chair, Ms. Busi Mabuza, as the Chair of the Council, and of course, fellow Council members. I'd also like to acknowledge our Sherpa, Professor Sooklal, and our respective business formation CEOs, members of academia, civil society, labor, and business that are joining us. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I do have some slides to share. Let me take a second. There we go. Okay. Thank you. So mine is to share with you the program of work. I'm hoping that is projecting well, Chair. Just confirm for me, please.
Yes, thank you so much, Laura.
Thank you. So mine is to share the program of work as envisaged by the DTIC for the BRICS 2023. And thank you very much to the previous speakers that really framed the priorities and some of the urgent issues that we need to be attending to. I thought as a start, we need to just remind ourselves of the economic vision for the BRICS and why the BRICS really, why are we in the BRICS? At the heart of it, at a pure mercantilist level, as it were, the BRICS represents a long-term economic vision for middle economies. All BRICS members are considered middle economies. So all of us have come together because we share a common need to avoid the middle income trap. And we're looking to transition, and we're looking towards sustainable industrialization and the development of high-end services industries. So the BRICS can then be a very useful lens through which we can view the core economic cooperation for middle-income countries. And I think it is this notion and this attraction that then also brings in the, I'm sure you may have noted new developments where other countries want to join this grouping. It's precisely because it gives us this platform as middle income economies. Now, the challenge that we have is that we do require a program of cooperation that will help us to open and maintain new trading opportunities beyond tariff policy. We also need active cooperation on industrial development, including new initiatives at the sector and industry levels. We need infrastructure financing and development. I'm quite pleased with the intervention of the DG for NDB earlier, because it's another critical area as well. We do need to have conversations around new forms of social support among ourselves. Similarly, we do need to have conversations around managing technological transitions and the management of spatial inequalities. That's critical to the conversations. Now, this broad basket of issues that I've just alluded to, they need to feed into practical domestic initiatives in South Africa and, of course, other BRICS countries, and where appropriate, coordinated lobbying at a global level. Now, what does this mean for us? For us as South Africa, we do need a responsive South African strategy. I've heard the Sherpa very well, and I think he didn't mince his words in saying, are we coordinated? Are we actually reaping the benefits of being a member of the BRICS? It looks like we are not as cohesively and tightly knit together as we should be. So to reiterate that indeed, South Africa's engagement in the BRICS requires a whole country approach, uniting the voices of various government agencies, private sector and civil society. And coordination is key, of course, but we also need to be sensitive to different mandates and objectives of the various actors. So as we are looking for this cohesive approach, we also need to be, managing some of the politics that lend themselves to that. We need deeper coordination among government departments. I think we're the first to acknowledge that, and this should be approached through a handful of key economic outcomes, which exist alongside specific actor issues. I think part of the challenge has been the long list of priorities that we set for ourselves, which then lend themselves to us not being able to be impactful, as it were. So it's about having just a few key common outcomes that we agree to. And I'm pleased with this platform because we are envisaging that this platform will help us to also crystallize and synthesize some of the priorities over the next 3 to 4 months, as it were. Implementing agencies need to be brought in closely to international fora, and this is what we are starting to advocate more and more for as the DTIC, to say, in some of these government platforms that we have, not only the BRICS, including bilateral ones with other countries, strategically we need to have business in the room. We are talking to one another as governments, but I think for us to be impactful and to make progress, we need to find a way to bring in business and other DFIs, etc., and SOCs, as it were. And then we need to drive a more responsive approach, of course, and have monitoring and evaluation. Then that's another key area that is missing in this whole architecture. I think one of the challenges that we have in the BRICS architecture is that every country chair wants to set a whole new agenda that doesn't necessarily build on what has been achieved in the previous year and the previous chairship. So we need to have the conversation, as a collective around the architecture of the BRICS and how we are mindful and instill continuity in what we do. Just a quick reminder before we get to the program of work of what the architecture looks like. Overall, the BRICS stands on 3 pillars: economic cooperation, political and security cooperation, and people-to-people exchange. Under economic cooperation, as the DTIC, we are responsible for the trade and then the industry segments of it. Of course, there's finance as well. So within that, there are then trade ministers' meetings that happen called CGETI, Contact Group on Economic and Trade Issues. And then, of course, there's BRICS industry ministers. In these platforms of ministers, a lot of policy issues are advanced and advocated for, and a lot of cooperation and collaboration at that level, government is achieved. So it's important that business is mindful of this, as well, of course, civil society, because we can advance a number of strategic economic issues under the CGT as well as the trade ministers. Of course, within that, also as part of the architecture of the BRICS, is the BRICS Business Council, and of course the BRICS Business Forum, which happens within the summit. So it's important we remember this, because our programs of work have to be responding to the requirements and issues that trade ministers and industry ministers are grappling with, issues around the forum and of course the council. A quick reminder, BRICS is a platform for cooperation. And the focus is on pragmatic cooperation rather than binding commitments. And it's therefore important for South Africa to continue to preserve policy space for our own development. And it's important to remind ourselves all the time that BRICS is not a trade agreement. So we can't solve a number of what trade agreement esque platforms can solve, but it doesn't give us provision to liberalize trade. But what it does, it gives us a platform to raise the issues and come up with intervention measures to deal with some of the barriers that we have to the trade. So in responding to also the criticism by our Sherpa to say, we are not changing the composition of trade, and that's true, that's a fair criticism. It's also because at some level there are some limitations to what the BRICS actually assists us with, as it were. So we need to also think about and have a conversation around how do we strengthen the architecture to be responsive to the commercial needs that we have. I've just mentioned the economic structures. Now, again, I thought it's important that we remind ourselves of the council, why the council matters, particularly to us as government. For us, what we're looking for the BRICS Business Council to be doing, of course, including now and leading to the summit, to promote and strengthen business, trade, and investment ties among the business communities of the 5 BRICS countries, to ensure that there's regular dialogue between business communities of the BRICS nations and governments of the BRICS countries, to identify problems, bottlenecks to trade and investments, and to recommend solutions accordingly, and to identify intra-BRICS projects for investments and increased exports. So these 4 areas are what we look for from the council in terms of, providing us with updates of collaboration and how then we can also assist and bring the diplomatic capital, as it were, to bear to advance the work. Now, broad priority areas that we've set ourselves for 2023. And of course, in keeping with what has come from the previous speakers as well, we want to promote value-added trade within the BRICS. We are mindful that as South Africa, we still primarily export commodities, agricultural and mineral, and import value-added products from the BRICS. How then do we promote value-added exports from South Africa? In doing this, we are looking at potentially restructuring the Trade and Industry Working Group to include business. So that is not just government speaking to government, because that's where we have conversations, we've got wonderful reports, and nothing comes of it. Now, if we look at including business, could we possibly make headway? And we've seen that the Russians are actually open to such an approach because they actually prefer to have conversations with their business in the room and advance business interests. So we're considering the same as well as South Africa. And also enhance cooperation by undertaking a joint trade study as a BRICS. So that we don't just look at the numbers, we don't just look at, sectors, etc. We look at, okay, where are the problems, where are the NTVs, and now what are we going to do to solve those? This is an overhang from previous years, but it's still something that we need to conclude. And this is where the BRICS Business Council becomes critical in getting us to have this compendium of non-tariff barriers that we can then tackle. We are also looking at promoting, of course, intra-BRICS investments in collaboration with the BRICS Business Council. We're quite pleased with pioneers such as the Naspers, etc., that are already in the BRICS through 10 cents, etc. Now we're looking at how do we improve and increase the levels of investments within BRICS economies. Of course, we want to attract investments, but we also want to invest in the BRICS. We're also looking to how do we contribute to the creation of new and high-tech industries. Again, BRICS Business Council becomes critical here. How do we promote practical business-to-business level cooperation on e-commerce, adaptation of production processes that are going to be brought to bear by the carbon the carbon requirements and that our trading partners are going to impose, there's a need for us to adapt. So how do we use the BRICS to assist us to get to the new and high tech industries that we would need in this regard? When it comes to the continent, it's been mentioned as well, infrastructure investments is critical as it contributes to regional integration. In addition, it's also about how do we begin to have the conversation as a continent first about how to leverage our resources for these green technologies, whether it's batteries, etc., that are required by all the BRICS member states. So that it's not just about us as a continent opening ourselves up as a consumer market, but we are also there as a strategic partner and an equal partner at the table, as it were. We're also looking at continuing to promote South African investments or investment into South Africa, into our SEZs, our master plan sectors. Intellectual property rights cooperation is another critical area. Similarly, SMME cooperation. And of course, at the heart of it is how do we maintain a multilateral trading system that is responsive, that is supportive to development. So these are the broad areas that we are looking to advance further for 2023. Just to drill down a little deeper, I think it was mentioned as well earlier, we're looking at the issue of trade and services. I think it was Jorge Maia who touched on it in his presentation. Fundamentally, it's also about collaboration in collecting services trade statistics, so that we can then formulate policy and strategy positions based on credible data, etc. So we need to start at the base level there. And of course, the issue of e-commerce, information exchange and experience exchanges, particularly the developmental aspects of e-commerce, because there is a risk that e-commerce can impact on localization. You open yourself up to third country products that just move around the economy. So how do we look at issues of localization? How do we also look at centering SMMEs as beneficiaries and as suppliers, as it were, in our e-commerce agenda? So among the BRICS, we need to be having this conversation. There's also the issue around intellectual property rights, particularly when it relates to public health, especially issues around TRIPS flexibilities. We're looking at, of course, a BRICS IPR guidebook. This is an overhang as well from our previous chairship, where we needed to finalize this matter. There's also issue around standards, metrology, conformity assessments, and working on how to collaborate there. At the heart of all of this is a monitoring and evaluation mechanism for BRICS initiatives. We did propose previously a system to track the issues that various presidencies or chairs of BRICS set new priorities, and we don't have proper continuity. So this is where we also need the political pillar and the people-to-people pillar to be emphatic around this, to say, how do we have a system of M&E among the BRICS so we don't lose momentum. When the next chair takes over next year, they don't clean the slate and start all over again because they've got their own priorities that they want to advance. So this one is really, really critical, and I think our Sherpa would be very instrumental here for us. Strategic matters to be finalized by May 2023. One, we need to revive the trade promotion working group, landing on Stavros's input earlier. Secondly, we need to finalize the format, content, structure, as it were, of the BRICS Business Forum, because here we are co-lead with the council. And then 3, we need to finalize, of course, the content of the BRICS Business Council report to the presidents. Just to give you a quick summary of what we expect under the trade promotion working group that we want to revive. This was established in 2014, again, to help us intensify intra-BRICS trade. And really the purpose was to bring together trade promotion agencies in the BRICS. So Stavros, just bear that in mind, and establish a permanent dialogue on areas of mutual interest. So we have taken a lead and said we want to have joint trade promotion activities with the BRICS, not only among ourselves, but also for the continent. You know, how do we also have joint trade promotion activities with the African continent to BRICS countries? So we are here proposing a joint trade study that can also touch on the continent. We can then finalize the TORs, as it were. Now, we have decided to take forward this initiative further. It kind of waned a little bit. Again, another casualty of different chairs emphasizing different areas. For us, diversifying the basket of trade and having value-added exports from South Africa is critical. So this working group matters considerably. So we want to see how we involve business in reviving this working group. Priorities would be, of course, exporter development and export promotion in high value-added products and services. This can include the inward buying missions that were referred to earlier, or outward missions, pavilions, etc., whatever the case may be, and ensure effective market access for high value-added products in BRICS markets. We want to prioritize trade facilitation and customs cooperation within the BRICS, and of course this trade study that can help us to reveal advantages for future value-added exports and value chains that we need to set for ourselves. Next steps, we want to finalize this trade study. Again, Business Council becomes critical here. Develop a BRICS calendar of trade and investment promotion events so we can have joint participation. And in addition, we can also build on African, not just South Africa and the rest of the BRIC, but also possibly African events for trade promotion that we can also link into the BRIC. We need to be sharing information among ourselves as BRICS countries on capacity building programs and on trade and investment promotion. And also we need to focus on, again, Business Council and the broader business community becomes critical, starting to finalize our contribution on trade and investment matters into the summit declaration. With respect to the BRICS Business Forum, this is a key pillar of the summit. It's happening on the 23rd of August. Now, we need to do the following between now and May. We need to finalize a theme for the forum. And as I mentioned, the council and ourselves as DTIC representing governments are co-leads in the forum. So it's important that we finalize these matters. We need to finalize the structure of the forum. We need to clear and vet any agreements to be signed or any projects by businesses that need to be launched or announced at the BRICS Business Forum. Being mindful that the forum is also presided over by the 5 heads of states of the BRICS countries. The forum, of course, will include networking sessions, B2Bs, B2Gs, as well as we want to profile our DFIs considerably and some of our strategic SOCs in the infrastructure space, etc. And we're considering having an exhibition. So it's important that we note this. It's a critical next step, Chair. Now, when it comes to the BRICS Business Council, from our perspective, in addition to the detail that will be shared today that we are quite pleased with, we need to finalize the BRICS projects book from the council. We need to finalize what we would a non-tariff barrier audit as driven by business, so we can, as government, prepare ourselves to have the government engagement to resolve these. We need to identify skills for the future for strategic sectors and industries that were mentioned earlier. We need to identify transformative areas for collaboration / agitation, as it were. And within all of this, at the heart of this, is how our women-owned businesses are going to benefit, how we're going to ensure spatial distribution of the benefits, and how our youth-owned businesses are going to benefit as well. And finally, to finalize, of course, the business report to be presented to the heads of states. So, Chair, I tried to speak as quickly as possible because I heeded the call that the time is not on our side. But in summary, this is really what we are looking to do as the DTIC, and looking to the council to lead us in a number of areas. Thank you, Chair.
DDG, thank you so much. That was an absolute masterclass, very tangible, very practical, and pointing us to the summit in August. I'll now invite colleagues from the various working groups to please, I think if you can put on your videos so that the technical people can just pen across to yourselves with ease, and we'll get the inputs in the order that was indicated. Thank you. Over to you, Wandile.
Thank you so very much, Chair. All protocol observed, and good afternoon to all of you colleagues. Chair, let me build on the points that have already been made, and I think Lerato makes an important point here that we are not starting with the new points out of clean slate, but we are building from some of the points that are coming from the previous chair. And within the agribusiness working group, we have done exactly that. And I want to take just the next few minutes, Chair, to outline to all of the colleagues the areas that we are focusing on within the agribusiness working group. And one of those, Chair, is the point that our colleagues in China and the others were already leading on, which is this point around knowledge sharing on agricultural technology. Because what we've realized is that amongst the BRICS members lies all of the powerhouses on agriculture and agribusiness. Then the question is to say, how do we all share information and knowledge about how we advance our agricultural sectors together in here? There's a lot that can be learned from Brazil. There's a lot to be learned from India, China, and we are all grouping together to say, in the first point, we'll have to come up with some study that can be shared with the members and even maybe publicly onto that to say what are some of the lessons that each country is doing to drive agricultural productivity that can be shared. That would be the outcome, perhaps maybe in the near term, in the next couple of months, for that first point of knowledge sharing and agricultural technology. The other point, Chair, that China has done a lot of work is on climate smart agriculture, and they are keen to lead and continue with that work amongst this working group to say they want to share some of the practices that they are doing in China, but also try to see if South Africa has some things that they could learn from, and will build some studies onto that, which also will be able to share with the members. But I do think that in both that first point and the second point, there's also areas of collaboration of businesses where there are some technologies that could be imported into South Africa, or maybe from South Africa to some of the BRICS members. There will be a pathway to do that, and I think within the Business Council we'll be able to do that sort of a facilitation amongst the South African businesses and some of these counterparts that we're working on. Then the other point that I think it's of global significance is the story of fertilizer. And we all know that China and Russia make up nearly 30% of global traded fertilizer. And in some of the initial conversations that we've had, there was a lot of interest from our colleagues in Russia as well as in China. We're saying, look, we want to share information around this and some technologies, and even have some form of exchange where some South Africans who want to go in some of these countries and take a few lessons. That's something that perhaps maybe we could see how that could be facilitated. But most importantly, they also keen on saying, how do they advance the trade on that particular point with all of the BRICS members using this forum that we are in. So that's another point, Chair, that this working group will be focusing on. And I think all of the colleagues from business that are online and have an interest in saying, look, will be the outcome of that, and how do we engage with all of the members that are leading that work? That's something that I think we'll be open on. The other point, Chair, is the agricultural finance, and I was looking carefully as DG Ratsoma was speaking some of the areas that they're focusing on at the New Development Bank. But when we interacted with many of our members here, there was a lot of interest, particularly from the likes of India and China, to say we have to do work on agricultural finance in this working group. It can be either more of sharing what are the lessons that each country is doing, but more so we have to think about to say, how do we marshal agricultural finance to much of the African continent and try to to utilize this platform that we have. There will be work onto that, Chair. And I think it links nicely with the fertilizer point, because the fertilizer point is not only important for South Africa and the BRICS members, but it's an issue of significance also within the African Union. So we'll see how do we bring the continent on that point. And the last point, Chair, is on a trade and investment. And I mean, I think Lerato made the point clear that we are not a trade bloc here, but a grouping of countries that try to say, how do we cooperate together for advancing our interest into this. But I do think that there will still be, perhaps maybe as Stavros and the others and Josh, as well as John, have outlined all of the statistics, that there are possibilities that through this cooperation, we can see about how we advance trade onto this. And for agriculture in South Africa and agribusiness, Chair, I mean, if you just look at our export as a country, we are exporting about half of what we produce in value terms. That's just around about over $12 billion a year. But the BRICS grouping, on average, over the past decade, it consists about 9% of our exports to the world. And this grouping also in the global market, though, it plays a huge role, because this is a grouping of countries taking South Africa out that is importing from the world market about 169 billion worth of agricultural products. So if South Africa is not really participating a lot in that market, I do think that there's something that can be done, particularly in the bigger players there like China and India, which combined, they make up roughly 75% of that $169 billion of agricultural imports by this BRICS grouping. But I think then, Chair, in closing, some of those points, they relate again, go back to Lerato's point to say, look, we're not going to be able to deal with the tariffs, which remain the key hindrance. And I mean, I show here an example of wine, where South Africa is facing 14% duties. Elsewhere, it's a 0%. They have preferential agreement onto that. But that's not the business of where we're sitting. But we have to find ways of saying, how do we cooperate to actually make sure that at least South Africa does benefit, even with all of these hindrances that we see in that market, and even dealing about the ways that which some of these countries prefer to engage on trade. And I think this cooperation through the Business Council, we can be able to engage on some of those points. And in closing then, Chair, on our side as the Agribusiness Working Group, when we think about trade, we think China and India should be the ones that are priority, while for Russia and the others will be able to pick up more of the learnings that we can bring in the South African environment. Those are the areas that we'll be focusing on in this work group, Chair. Let me stop there. Thank you so very much for listening.
Thanks very much. Good morning, everybody. Just wanted to start out by saying thanks very much for the opportunity. I'm Ziaad Suleman, representing the Digital Economy Working Group. Good morning, Chair, Minister Patel, the leaders of industry bodies, friends and colleagues. Today we have an interesting topic to talk about in terms of core opportunities and challenges, but at the same time focusing on the key areas where we are really playing a large and active role in terms of moving the bar forward. And those are primarily around connectivity, SMMEs, the digital skills, and the platforms in e-commerce. And if anybody does have, in fact, any questions or comments or wishes to link up, our details will be provided and you're welcome to connect on that. In terms of the opportunity, there's absolutely no doubt that we have large domestic markets to take advantage of in South Africa and particularly in the BRICS countries. We do see a growing middle class, and as technology develops and as industry moves and becomes far more dynamic, we see a great opportunity in taking advantage of this growth of the middle class. Whilst we say that, we also have a really good leverage to work from in the form of developed infrastructure, but developing infrastructure, which is really where a lot of the opportunity lies. In addition to this, we also have an expanding youth population, which is a huge enabler in terms of digital skills, and also through the enablement of the infrastructure with the skills, we're therefore able to make our destinations attractive, not only for investment, but also in terms of bringing offshore work back onshore and developing skills for our growing economy. In terms of our leverage, the most important thing for us is to take advantage of the services opportunity. We really think that South Africa is playing below its weight in terms of the digitally deliverable services that we have to offer, particularly in the BPO space and a couple of other areas. The digital divide continues to be a challenge for us. We definitely need to work more towards being inclusive and driving sustainable growth. In order to drive this, we have to make sure that we focus both on the rural as well as the urban areas. We got to make sure that there's a connection between the skilled and the unskilled, and as a result of that, drive the potential opportunity. The opportunity really is immense. The digital economy traverses all industries. It is really one of the fastest growing economies throughout the world, and it is something that we have to be focused on in order to take advantage of the opportunity. If we find ourselves lagging, both in terms of people, technology, skills, or otherwise, we'll find that the chasm between our development as a country, not only in the BRICS arena, but in the global economy, becomes far wider. And earlier on, it was mentioned that innovation and intellectual property is critical. As we think about the SMME landscape, we need to think about those innovative solutions that are coming through, really monetize them, take advantage of scaling and digital entrepreneurship as we grow out not only those SMMEs, which will ultimately benefit the growth of the economy and the fiscus, but also reduce unemployment. Therefore, it is critically important that we do find the cooperation both in the public and the private sectors. Our core focus in the digital economy work streams is really around 4 fundamental areas. The first being connectivity, because without connectivity, you don't have a world of the 4th industrial revolution, SMMEs, digital skills, and platforms. What we have also done is made sure that we're not an island on our own. Therefore, we have really linked in and collaborated with a number of other players in the industry, including NAPAD, the PPGI, the Collective X around digital skills, as well as really taking advantage of this Africa play. We've started some engagements in Nigeria, some in Namibia, and across a number of other African countries to really bolster our offering in BRICS and the way we operate. So on the connectivity side, the lead of this particular stream is Juanita Clark, who's the CEO of the Digital Council. And in this particular segment of our focus, we really feel that connectivity links all the opportunity. And therefore, by linking the rural and the urban, the privileged and the underprivileged, we're able to open up the economy and the opportunity to drive inclusivity. Amongst other things that we focus on here are the regulations, developing proper frameworks, making sure that there's a proper access to not only devices and infrastructure, but making sure that those are meaningful as we scale businesses. Juanita's details are at the bottom of the chart if anybody is particularly interested in this particular segment. The SMME work stream is led by Matebe. Matebe is the head of the Telkom Future Foundation, and really we see this as a critical path in terms of growing and solving the unemployment issue, not only in terms of giving people meaningful opportunities, but also making sure that they then get built into producing goods and solutions in the local economy, but then growing that into the supply chain, which is extremely critical in order to try and grow. Incubation models and the ability to capacitate and scale up these businesses, get around flexible models for them in terms of the acceleration. All of these are key focuses that we are really thriving on. Included in this is making sure that we have an entrepreneurial ecosystem, which is extremely important to really enhance and take advantage of the access to market. So in doing that, we obviously need the research, we need to build up centers of excellence, we need to promote policy incentives, tech entrepreneurship, and a whole lot of other things across multiple industries. Now, these are not just hypothetical scenarios. You see that these are some of the activities that are already in play. Things around inter-BRICS dialogues, webinars, a whole lot of frameworks that are being drafted. And as a result of this, we're finding good traction in the market. The third area that we focused on is really around digital skills, and Sherry Donaldson leads this particular area for us. a great amount of momentum has been achieved in this area already around not only, the Future Skills Challenge, which has been running for a while, but also developing curricula that allow the enhancement and the development of young people, not only through formal education, but also informal. And the key areas around machine learning, robotics, blockchains, automation, cloud certifications, all of these things form part of the curricula that we are developing and infusing into the future skills work programs to make sure that we have inclusivity. Extremely important for us in this particular area is to make sure that we have the right skills bases in order to attract the work, not only to solve for local requirements, but also to become an attractive destination for offshoring and onshoring models. So the onshoring is particularly important because there are many other countries that could, bring their work and their solutions, their call centers, all of those types of things into our environment, which is really, really fantastic. Again, you'll see that a number of the initiatives that have been taken care of are on the screen now, and this really continues to be a flourishing area, and really we're very pleased and proud of this particular piece of work. And then the final piece of work really that we are focused on is in the form of platforms and e-commerce. Earlier, Lerato spoke about the importance of e-commerce. In order to drive scale, today you have to have platforms, and in order to give SMMEs an opportunity to showcase their work and solutions, you have to give them the platform. So therefore, we building this not only in terms of developing platforms, but also providing and leveraging current platforms so that SMMEs could really drive their scale, innovation, and do it in a secure way. And Kutrile really runs this particular area, and his details are at the bottom. So pressed for time, but other than that, those are our particular areas that we are focused on. My details are on the screen. If anybody wishes to reach out, please feel free to do so. Thanks very much, and back to the next speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'm trying to just share my presentation. Oh, okay. Okay, there we go. Right, thank you, Chair. I'm just going to really focus on one slide in the interest of time. I think a lot has been said around how there's a need to have continuity with the previous programs of BRICS, but also to ensure that we prioritize and take advantage of this opportunity which chairship offers us. So within the Financial Services Working Group, we have tried to achieve this balance of having both continuity as well as identify those issues which are priorities for us. And the starting point for what we are currently working on within the working group is the mandate of the working group, firstly, which focuses on financial services, but also the 2023 national priorities. So what's been important for us is to align to the national priorities, to look into the mandate of the Financial Services Working Group, and to look at those issues which we would like to prioritize and ensure that we have some kind of tangible outcome. Speaking to the themes which have been prominent during the course of the day, which is really how can we establish initiatives which are relevant to BRICS, I think importantly, but that will advance the efforts of the BRICS Business Council. So the initiatives that we've captured here are aligned to the various task forces. The task forces are chaired by colleagues from various institutions and corporations from the BRICS Business Council. And we've listed here what we will be focusing on in this coming period up until August. What we've also listed in in this slide is the outcomes, so what we hope to achieve during that time period. And these are quite ambitious, and we are working with our relevant chapters from the other BRICS countries to ensure that we do deliver on these outcomes. The first is an SME fund, really focusing on early stage support for SMEs, and we are hoping to get to the point of an investment memorandum. And linked to that is the work which has been done in previous BRICS, previously in BRICS, which is on the SME digital crowdfunding platform. So there we are hoping to proceed to actually have the design of the funding platform locked in. So both of these contribute to our national priorities, which have been outlined, and there is a strong focus, as was mentioned earlier, on both women and youth-owned enterprises. So what we are hoping to achieve here is a digital crowdfunding platform, and we are working with our various members, as well as an investment memorandum around an SME fund, and this work is being led by our colleagues in the NEF. Another piece of important work, which we are hoping to get to the point of a white paper, is a protocol definition for stablecoin in Africa. So while various central banks do have initiatives around stablecoin, which is cryptocurrency that is pegged in some manner to provide stability, the work to facilitate cross-border trade will be strengthened if we can come up with a common definition around stablecoin. So we do think this is an important piece of work, which we are working very closely with the Reserve Bank on this initiative. Another initiative is around data quality for remittances. We know that remittances play an important part in income, and we are planning to have another white paper here, really focusing on the challenges and best practices in an effort to improve remittances within Africa as a continent. I should have mentioned also the focus of the working group. We have taken the mandate to look beyond just South Africa and to have a continental perspective, and that is evident in these initiatives as well. In terms of reinsurance, another exciting area where we are planning to set up a platform or a framework for the continent, particularly for insurers to get access to BRICS reinsurers. So it is looking at how we can facilitate an enabling environment for African insurers to access the BRICS reinsurance markets, and obviously then create stability in trade and investment. So that is another important initiative where we are hoping for a concrete outcome over the next couple of months, that we will be able to work with our chapters from the other BRIC countries. The final initiative which we have prioritized is the BRICS ESG Index. So this is really building on work that has been done by the JSE around harmonizing ESG, so environmental, social and governance standards and methodologies among BRICS countries. So we believe this is really an important part of the foundation when we look at investment within the green economy, and we are collaborating with our green economy counterparts. So here we would want to have, common methodologies across the various BRIC countries, and this we believe would be able to facilitate and mobilize financial flows within green economy investments. So Chair, these are the priorities. Like I said, what we've taken to heart is that we need to have some kind of outcome. We need to do prioritization. While we're building on the work of the previous BRICS decisions and a lot of work which has been done, we've prioritized areas where we believe there's a strong South Africa and Africa benefit, that we will be able to have tangible outcomes by August. And I think, Chair, at that point, I'll leave it there and hand over to my next colleague.
Thanks very much, David. Morning, Chair, Minister, Ambassador, colleagues. Thank you very much for this opportunity. It's really a privilege to be able to share the work of the working group with you. I'm just waiting for the slideshow to come up. So, but maybe I'll proceed in the meantime. So the working group is primarily focused on two matters that are critically important in supporting growth and development. In the first case, we're looking at increasing the rate of infrastructure investment. And in the second, we're looking at increasing trade connectivity. At the international working group level, much the same with the other working groups. There's a lot of continuity from the previous years. And we have focused there on a few priority areas, green and low carbon development of infrastructure, very important area. Infrastructure has to be sustainable going forward if it's to benefit our coming generations. And in that sense, we are looking at broadening cooperation amongst the BRICS countries in innovation, technological solutions, looking at the organization of technical expert visits to infrastructure facilities, to construction sites, and basically looking at how we can generate some mutual learning and share best practices in this area. Connectivity, we have spoken about a lot, and we've talked about trade connectivity a lot this morning. The African Continental Free Trade Area is really a game-changing opportunity that we need to grasp. And we know that logistics connectivity, particularly in the region, remains below desired levels. And this actually hampers the establishment of regional production value chains. And we've seen these regional production value chains growing in many other areas of the world. And we'd like to start to promote our logistics connectivity to aid that effort. So really, we're looking to deepen investment cooperation amongst the BRICS countries in transport infrastructure projects, improve the efficiency and effectiveness of trade routes, both within our regions, but also between the BRICS countries as well. And we're focusing on both hard connectivity, the infrastructure itself, as well as soft connectivity, which talks about the enabling skills, systems, and standards. Looking at smart cities and digital infrastructure, the fourth in, oops, I think might have gone to the wrong slide there. But looking at smart cities and digital infrastructure, we know the fourth industrial revolution is gathering momentum at quite an increasing rate. And we're seeing a lot of new technology applications that can provide us with a lot of new ideas for developing smart cities, which would alleviate many of the challenges caused by rapid industrialization. We're also looking at promoting the development of sustainable infrastructure projects and encouraging cooperation in project preparation, in innovative financing mechanisms. And as South Africa, key focus in this area is increasing the visibility of the already identified national priority projects. And we're working with the Infrastructure South Africa and the Development Bank in this area. Within the broader context of the Business Council priorities, which we've listed on the slide here, and I think it was reinforced by the minister, by the ambassador, by the chair herself, that our primary objective is really to attract investment in tangible projects. So in this regard, we focused very sharply on marketing of existing priority projects, but also the development of projects that are going to result in new investment. And we're partnering with the relevant DFIs to facilitate this process. If we go to the next slide, please. So just from the South African Infrastructure Working Group side, building trade connectivity is critical priority for us. We've already mentioned the importance of the Continental Free Trade Area and the focus that we have on investments in transport infrastructure. Increasing investment, particularly private investment in economic infrastructure. Our focus there is on creating visibility of the National Infrastructure Plan and the priority projects in that plan. But equally, we're looking at innovation in project preparations. We always hear that it's not a lack of funding that impacts infrastructure rollout, but the absence of a suitably sized pipeline of bankable projects. Increasing youth and women participation in infrastructure, very, very important for us, as mentioned by many of the previous speakers. And in our case, we've embedded skills development into our activities in this area. And finally, looking at sharing innovations, building technical capacity in the infrastructure ecosystem. There's a lot of change going on in this area. And one of the key initiatives we are driving this year is the establishment of a, what can I call it, a knowledge sharing platform for infrastructure practitioners. If we can go to the next slide, please, just to share with the colleagues some of the key priorities and focus areas that we're working on. The visibility of priority infrastructure projects, like I mentioned, we are working with Infrastructure South Africa and some of the other DFIs to create greater visibility of these projects so that we can attract investors into these projects, but also to create awareness of complementary opportunities or give the private sector the opportunity to identify complementary projects around these priorities. The area of climate change, overfishing, pollution are putting the oceans economy at great risk. And this is an area that's been receiving a lot of focus internationally. So blue finance is quite important emerging area in climate finance, and it's really focused on the marine ecosystem. The blue ocean economy, or the ocean economy, is expected to double in value by 2030, and this prevents numerous investment opportunities for businesses. We're looking at things like blue bonds, blue loans, which are new innovative financing instruments where funds are earmarked specifically for ocean-friendly projects and protection of water resources. In the area of small harbors, it's a priority area that government has identified, and significant untapped potential. We have around 50 unproclaimed harbors in the country that could be seeds of industrial clusters focused around the oceans economy. Short sea shipping is an area that's already attracted quite a bit of interest from our private sector partners, and we are looking at what mechanisms we can employ to try and stimulate that market further. As we start to improve shipping connectivity, it really does open up the space for new value chains, especially value-added value chains. Rail connectivity.
Could I ask the conclusion, please? Could I ask you?
Sure, Chair. So rail connectivity, we are pushing that because it's going to become a preferred transport mode. Transit-oriented development, looking around the Moloto corridor, specifically on that one. Innovation in project prep, and finally youth and women in infrastructure. So Chair, I think that is the the key projects that we are working on, we've got a few that we are working on with the international community as well. But I will leave it there. Thank you, Jay.
Good afternoon, colleagues. As far as the Energy and Green Economy Working Group is concerned, we have taken an approach that we pull together a 5-year working program so that we have continuity as the chairmanship of BRICS changes over years. And given the important role of energy in economic growth, or for that matter, investment, we focused on how do you make available information about energy markets, energy products, innovation in key areas, and how do you drive particularly the energy transition where many BRICS countries are leading, and collaborate across our own capabilities across the continent, and particularly what is within BRICS. And our focus has been one of driving outcomes, and some of the best outcomes out of BRICS would be investment in projects, institutional capacity. We see that as centers of excellence, or the first one being an energy agency, and secondly, investment funds. And we see that as a green investment fund to be created. One of the best institutional outcomes out of BRICS up to now has been the new development bank. On the next slide, we deal, and this approach has been agreed to by all the BRICS countries. The program and these 4 areas has also now been agreed to by everybody. And this is what will continue beyond South Africa's tenure. The first issue is dealing with the skills. South Africa has already developed a skills roadmap around the energy issues and the transition it requires. And that has been shared with other BRICS countries. Many countries has done the same. And the intent is to develop a clear BRICS skills roadmap or skills atlas that can find its way into secondary market or secondary institutions and curricula for specifically education across BRICS countries. The second one is the establishment of an African Just Energy Transition Center of Excellence, an institution that can eventually develop an independent energy agency for the energy sector, focusing on collating information, keeping that skills atlas all together, and making sure that we draw the best benefits around technology developments and the just energy transition social impacts across BRICS countries. Thirdly, is Monale, we would like to see a clean energy fund. We all agreed, and that fund needs to be created and be accessible not just to state-owned companies, but for private sector entities to drive this just transition across BRICS countries. Lastly, making sure that we cooperate, and we will set up an investment forum and an energy forum this year, something that China has raised, something that we're going to continue with this year in order to make sure that we can enhance trade across BRICS countries. On the next slide, it's very clear that all of these issues are integrated, these 4 areas. We're very comfortable with the program is now been accepted, and that is what we would focus on as South Africa. That is what the next BRICS chairmanship and other countries will focus on for the next 5 years. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Brian, and good morning, everybody. Good morning, colleagues and friends. And my name is Nizam Kala. I'm the chairman of the Manufacturing Working Group. And as a Manufacturing Working Group, we'd like to seize the various opportunities to increase trade and investment within our BRICS countries. Our key objective is to position South Africa as a gateway, which is the next growth frontier and industrial manufacturing hub for the world. Second is to showcase South Africa's manufacturing and industrial capacity and strength. Complementarity is very important to us to ensure that we complement BRICS partners and strength. The key is to develop strategic alliances by sharing best practices and collaboration to grow by developing joint ventures and partnership. Jointly developing and sharing technologies to drive
Jointly developing and sharing technologies to drive breakthrough innovation. Sharing of intellectual property, facilities, capabilities, and harnessing the talents amongst youth as a key resource to drive innovation. And finally, developing strategies and showcase opportunities to our BRICS counterparts to use South Africa as a manufacturing base and market into Africa by utilizing the African Continental Free Trade Area and various other trade agreements. We have many opportunities for business to participate in the various BRICS projects. Firstly, we will be showcasing various projects at our BRICS Business Forum. One of the projects is the After Robot Program, which is a platform that uses wireless blockchain technology for public transport for use by the taxi industry. Another one is the Lerato project, which produces green, sustainable petrochemicals upcycled from plastic waste. Here's an opportunity for entrepreneurs to submit various projects for consideration, and the link is on the screen. All of these projects require funding. The other opportunity for business is to submit proposals. The first one is to establish joint ventures to manufacture batteries for electric vehicles. The second project is to build local manufacturing capacity for medical devices and scale for the export market. BRICS Partner Project is very critical, and Industry 4 is the new industrial revolution, and we have 3 initiatives underway to establish a BRICS Industrial Competence Center, establish an innovation center, and supporting small business startups. China has set up an innovation center, and India is creating innovation hubs through small business, which is very successful. When exporting personal products, we experience, when exporting personal products to Brazil, South African exporters are required to register products in these markets, which is a lengthy and very cumbersome process, and we'd like to get any information about non-tariff barriers with BRICS countries. Here is the link that we can put any information so that we can find ways of reducing non-tariff barriers. And finally, exporting is a very important drive to increase trade with our BRICS partners and to increase our exports of pharmaceuticals and other products where we have capabilities like products such as vaccines. This will increase our industrial base and create jobs. With these few words, I would like to thank you and God bless. Thank you, Chair.
Morning, thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to present on behalf of the Skills Working Group, and apologies again from our chair. My name is Sherry and I'm the Secretariat for the Skills Working Group. Thank you. I was just about to ask for the slides. Before I just talk about that, the focus of our Skills Working Group is around future skills. And we define future skills as skills that enable people to be competitive in the emerging socio-economic and technical world that we find our businesses in at the moment. To do this, we run a number of different projects. One is trying to identify what these future jobs and skills will be. And we have a project called the Atlas of Emerging Jobs. And you heard the chair of the Green Energy Working Group talking about that. And we link with other working groups such as the Energy Working Group in skills projects, trying to identify what these skills are. We also then run training projects, and as the chair of the Digital Economy Working Group alluded to, those run from very entry-level, help young people in South Africa to make their own jobs, to very highly technical, accredited training programs in skills such as digital twin or robotic process automation. We run the Future Skills Challenge as a way of benchmarking ourselves against our BRICS counterparts. I think in South Africa, we often believe that we're way behind, and in some skills we are, But in our 2022 Skills Challenge, Future Skills Challenge, South Africa achieved 15 different medals in 30 teams. So that was really a fantastic effort, showing us that we're not as behind. But the important thing is that those lessons and learnings from those skills challenges feed back into the education landscape. And then the last set of projects that we do to build this set of future skills is we run knowledge sharing programs where we share best practices, we share curriculum standards, assessment methodologies, those kind of projects. And this is all important because we need the right skills to facilitate competitiveness in BRICS markets and in the global markets that our businesses find themselves in. So you saw, I'm not going to spend too much time on this because the chair of digital economy already showed these programs. But if we can go to the next slide, because this is where business can potentially participate. As mentioned, we're running our BRICS Future Skills Challenge. The dates will probably move to late September. But this is really like an online hackathon. Well, it's not, it's going to be an in-person and online, so a hybrid hackathon where young people are given a business task and they're given set times to complete those tasks, and then they get monitored, kind of like an Olympics for future skills. So these are the ways that businesses can participate. And then the next slide, please. Thank you. As mentioned, we have this curriculum and standard development project in currently 7 skills, but we'd obviously love to expand that as well. And we'd welcome business participation in these various skill sets, and then to participate in the various webinars and knowledge sharing forums, including early April, healthcare technologies, best practices for skilling with people with disabilities, future skills in basic education, best practices for TVETs and rolling out future skills, and any others that we confirm. We're always looking for people to participate as both speakers and attendees. I was asked to take 2 minutes, so I think I've done that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. Perhaps the morning itself has been full of information sharing, so mine is just to tell you, if you want to participate in any of these activities, how to go about that. We do have a website which is active. It's called South African BRICS Business Council.co.za, and the website itself, then you can pick up any of the working group that you want to participate on in terms of what has been presented, and you can simply from there write a message. To that message will go straight to the chair or the secretariat of that working group, and will certainly come back to you. And I think also in terms of the presentations that were shared this morning, all of them will be available on the website, so certainly you'll be able to be able to access them and get the information. But most importantly also, in terms of the activities for the BRICS Business Council or the forum during the time of the workshop, and the activities that the DTG was mentioning, you can also be able to send an email and as business, so that you can able to be contacted in terms of how to participate. All of that will be available in our website, and the website is www.sabricsbusinesscouncil.co.za. Chair, with those few words, thank you. Back to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mjopo, colleagues in the leadership of the various working groups. Thank you for your inputs, and a special thanks to Ms. Lerato Mataboge, DDG. We appreciate your continued guidance, your continued support, and we value the collaboration that we have been able to establish with the DTIC through your good offices. May I encourage those, and it's absolutely important that Mteza has now indicated how you can get in touch with us and have any follow-up engagements. However, if there are any totally burning questions, because we're running somewhat behind, please may I encourage you to put them in the chat box, so that our secretariat can just manage maybe in categories, and we may be able to take 1 or 2 questions as we bring that program to the conclusion. However, at this point, I'd like to move on to the next and final session of our engagement today. And these will be inputs from a number of work streams, in particular two critical BRICS work streams, being the BRICS Women's Business Alliance. And I trust the chairman and my colleague, Ms. Lebogang Zulu, has been able to reconnect. I did see her line drop at some point. She will just give us a sense of the work program that they have put together. The second critical work stream is, of course, the academic work stream represented here today by Mr. Senku Maimane from the South African BRICS think tank. Their presentations, we would be failing, ladies and gentlemen, if we didn't hear from youth. So those two presentations will immediately be followed by input from Rion van der Merwe, who will be here representing an entity named SA BRICS Youth Association. And Rion and his colleagues are also very active in the BRICS Business Council, which we truly, truly appreciate, because we will have failed if we're not able to elevate the voices of youth in our programs as the South African chapter, being a representative of such a young nation and a young continent. So at this point, I'll hand over to the speakers in that order. Ms. Lebogang Zulu will be followed by Mr. Senku Maimane from SABTT. And finally, we'll hear from Mr. Rion van der Merwe. Chairperson, are you back? May I hand over to you? Okay, if Lebu is not back, then I'll invite Mr. Senku Maimane to please give us input from the BRICS think tank, the local chapter.
Thanks, Chairperson Mabuza, Minister Patel, Ambassador Prof. Sooklal, colleagues, all protocol observed. Thank you for the opportunity to present. In the interest of time, Chairperson, I'll just focus quickly on who we are, what we do, and plans for the 2023 chairship year. Firstly, the South African BRICS think tank was, alike the BRICS Business Council, established in 2013, with its objective to serve as a platform for the exchange of ideas amongst researchers, academics, and think tanks alike. Members of the BRICS think tank councils are from Brazil, Russia, India. In Brazil is IPEA, Russia National Committee for BRICS Research, India Observer Research Foundation, and China, it's the China Council for BRICS think tank cooperation. By way of overview, colleagues, in February 2015, after the establishment of the South African BRICS think tank, Minister Nzimande, Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, gave the National Institute for the Humanities and Social Sciences the mandate to host the South African BRICS think tank, with its role mainly being to be a broker between knowledge and policy action. Objectives are to have provide a platform for researchers and academics, shape the strategic vision of South Africa, provide research-based technical institution support, conduct policy analysis, and conduct broad-based analysis on the relationship between South African and BRIC countries. How do we do the work of policy brokering? Basically, we do it through programs that we have through BRICS research clusters, but recently we thought long-term, and through many presentations today, how do we ensure continuity? The SABTT formed with partnerships with various other institutions to form the BRICS research institutions. And these are basically guided by the BRICS long-term strategies. The 5 strategies that you can see on the screen right now, it's to promote cooperation for economic growth, political economic governance, social justice, peace and security, and progress through sharing knowledge and innovation. You can see that at first we said the cluster project and the research institute projects would run for 12 months. However, with the establishment of the BRICS Research Institute, we thought, and in the interest of continuity, we thought, let's give it 2 years to see the impact and do a somewhat of an impact analysis. And we partnered with universities, that is the Durban University of Technology, University of Pretoria, and University of KwaZulu-Natal. And we also partnered with the South African Institute for International Affairs, based at Wits University. And these research institutes are run by highly qualified individuals. At UKZN, we have Prof. Nemala. At UP, we have Prof. Emeritus Maxis Kuman, and at SAYA we have Ms. Sadiropoulos, and at DUT we have Professor Netswera. Other ways of ensuring that continuity and the bridging of knowledge and brokering continues is through mobility grants that we grant our project leaders. And how do we actually implement our work? Our work is basically consolidated into what we call the BRICS Academic Forum. It's a forum that is held on an annual basis, and it's preceded in our case by the Pre-Academic Forum, where academics and technical experts across a range of disciplines, academia, forum provide inputs for the annual BRICS Leaders Summit, where recommendations for the year are made and are carried through. For instance, carry through will be taken from China's recommendations and be put through South African recommendations later on in the year. And we also host events. As you can see, we've had several events hosted over several years to ensure that we keep up policy and knowledge development up to date as and when it's necessary. Our engagement plans this year includes attending the BTTC meetings, hosting them, and sharing our plans. And we also host other think tank symposia. But I'd like to bring colleagues' attention to the second BRICS, the 14 to 16 May 2023 events. That's where our flagship program takes place, the BRICS Academic Forum. Focus themes and priorities aimed at discussing challenges and identifying solutions and recommendations are made for policymakers. And on your screens is what you see is the events list for the year, Tier 1 events and Tier 2 events. Tier 1 events are our flagship events that are done predominantly with the guidance of our department, our mother department, and obviously with the guidance of DIRCO. Tier 2 events is where we support our BTTC colleagues from Brazil, Russia, India, and China. For instance, this year we also supporting the ORF Observer Research Organizations by contributing towards the T20, that's the think tank equivalent of the G20 task force. We're also looking at, if you look at the last bullet point, the SABTT is supporting the China Council for BRICS Think Tank Cooperation, focusing on near and demonstrating through support provided throughout China's BRICS presidency. That's what they did last year. And obviously we have three events. There is the people-to-people events. These are key events that we hold in supporting the people-to-people component of the work that we produce as the SABTT. And obviously, how does this then translate? How do these events and symposia translate into tangible output. Basically, it all culminates into recommendations of the BRICS Academic Forum to the leaders, edited volumes of working papers. We produce policy briefs, working papers, and ad hoc outputs include project op-eds and book chapters that academics and scholars produce as part of the funding agreements and projects that they run on behalf of the South African BRICS think tank. That is the BRICS Academic Review publications that we produce, and it's the BRICS Academic Review. You can see, for instance, it's a I don't want to say an easy read, but it's a more accessible read. If you see at our 6th edition, the bar, it has the Innovation Center in China, and we had a feature on that and what the Innovation Center does. And thank you, Chairperson, for allowing us the time to present.
So, Maimane, we appreciate the accessible reads. So much. Thank you for that input. The academic work stream is absolutely.
Thank you.
And we value your partnership with us. May I invite Rion van der Merwe to just give us brief input from your side, if you're still online, before we go to Chairperson Lebogang Zulu from the BRICS Women's Business Alliance. Rion?
Thank you, Ms. Mabuza, and thank you to the colleagues for inviting us to this platform. I just want to confirm that I am audible.
Yes.
All right, fantastic. Thank you. So I'm going to keep my comments quite brief because I know we're a bit behind time, but I do want to share with the colleagues some of the work that we are doing as a youth association. As Ms. Mabuza mentioned, we are working in a cross-sector manner with all different stakeholders within BRICS to promote specifically the youth perspective. And I can say that just before I share my brief presentation, that in terms of youth involvement in BRICS, South Africa is currently leading the way. Most other BRICS countries do not have any kind of designated organization, association, or network that prioritizes the inclusion of BRICS within, or youth within BRICS rather. And so in that, we're very proud to be part of that process of ensuring that South Africa is creating a leading model for how young people can be engaged in a sustained manner within BRICS. So I'm just briefly going to share my screen so the colleagues can see. I believe you should be seeing the slideshow that I'm sharing now. If you cannot, if the tech team can just alert me. If not, then that's fine. Thank you. All right, so SABIA was essentially established in 2018. It is a registered NPO, and that's very important. We are not a government organization. We fall within track 3 of BRICS, which is people-to-people ties. However, we are registered with the department, and we work with all the relevant government organizations and departments that focus on youth and BRICS, such as DIRCO and the NYDA. SABIA has an open membership since 2021, and so we are membership-based, and currently we have over 2,000 youth members registered nationally. These are young people from different sectors of society who are engaging with BRICS at different levels based on their interests and their experience and expertise. Our vision essentially is to focus specifically on cooperation in the Global South for youth and to become a leading voice for youth. We use BRICS as a vehicle, given all the channels and networks and platforms that have been established. We try to create linkages between youth at the grassroots and these different platforms and forums, such as the BRICS Business Council and other different entities that exist. We always take a Pan-African perspective, and so this is something that I believe most of the BRICS organizations in South Africa have emphasized, especially in the presentations today, that a Pan-African perspective is the most important for us as South Africa as a member of BRICS. Some of the principles that guide our organization is, first of all, intergenerational and future-orientated leadership. And so that's one of the reasons why we as a youth organization emphasize the linkages we have with organizations like the BRICS Business Council, like the BRICS think tank, because we recognize there's a lot of mentorship that can take place and transfer of knowledge from these existing platforms to the young people within our networks. The second point is a trusted and reputable youth brand. We understand that youth don't always have the most positive brand. Everyone wants to include youth, but sometimes we can be a bit radical and our energy can be all over the place. And so what Sabia aims to do is to hone that energy, bring it together to one place and focus it in the areas within BRICS that we as a country need. Fostering open and accessible channels. Of course, as I've mentioned, we are a membership-based organization. Our membership is free. And the reason we do this is because we believe that BRICS should be open and accessible to all young people who have an interest in the work that it's doing. And finally, we obviously approach BRICS from a South African perspective, and we're very much an organization dedicated to ensuring that South Africa plays a leading role in BRICS and BRICS interests. This is some of the events that we've highlighted from the past years. As you can see, they're quite diverse, celebrating different South African days, trying to promote these days within BRICS countries, involving a wide range of stakeholders from civil society to business to government, and also building bilateral ties with youth organizations and other types of organizations in BRICS countries. So the remainder of this presentation that I'm briefly going to go through is specifically going to focus on the flagship programs that Sabia will be hosting in 2023, so that any of the colleagues here who might be interested in either pulling in youth or becoming involved in some of these projects and programs can reach out to us and can do so. So the first that I would highlight, and I believe this will all be shared afterwards, so I'm not going to go into too much detail, but is our BRICS Youth Innovation Summit, which of course we've partnered closely with the BRICS Business Council, because that's currently happening as we speak at the Tshwane University of Technology. Over the past few days, we've hosted a number of youth entrepreneurs from across BRICS to engage and share their projects and programs and gain support within BRICS. What I want to highlight from this is that all of our flagships have some intended outcome, which have a more long-term impact. And so from this specifically is the establishment of the Sabia Young Entrepreneurs Network. And so this is a network that we hope to link up with the existing business and entrepreneurship structures, such as the BRICS Business Council and other entities within BRICS, to create a sustained platform where other organizations can come and find young entrepreneurs who are interested in BRICS, and young entrepreneurs have a space where they can go to if they want to add a BRICS component to their work. The second one, which will take place later in the year, potentially around June, is our Africa BRICS Youth Forum. There's been a lot of mention of Africa in the presentations made here today, and that is something that we are also very passionate about. So even though it does not have a direct trade and economic focus, and it will include a wide range of topics, the discussion around economic development between Africa and BRICS is going to be very key on the agenda, and we hope to bring together youth leaders and organizations from both Africa and BRICS to connect, with the intention of then establishing more long-term platforms that these different organizations can continue to engage with one another and push some of these agendas. The third flagship project is our BRICS Youth Cultural Festival, which will be taking place in September in alignment with our own Heritage Month in South Africa. Even though this is a cultural festival, it does have a very strong business and entrepreneurship focus as well. And so this is one of the reasons why I think I want to just pause here for 1 second, is that what we are focusing on here is artists and cultural entrepreneurs, the idea that entrepreneurship and cultural production go hand in hand, and that many young people are making a living out of their cultural productions. And this is not just traditional types of cultural artifacts and artistry, but also more the digitalization of art and culture, and of course things like the commercialization of arts and culture through platforms like TikTok and those kind of things that young people actually consume. And so that's going to be a key focus of this specific project. And then finally is our BRICS Summer School, which we hosted last year for the first time successfully at the Durban University of Technology. And we were in close partnership with the BRICS think tank that just presented. And so I'm very happy to see them here as well. They were a great support to us in making this a reality. And the focus here, of course, even though it's not directly on economic development plays an important part, as you've seen in the previous presentation, has a big policy and research component. And so what we're trying to do with the BRICS School is to train a cohort and a growing network of young researchers and scholars that can enter these kind of projects and programs that the BRICS think tank, for example, is hosting on a more sustained basis. So if any colleagues would like to reach out to me, you can do so at this. I believe the contact details will also be shared afterwards. And then just as a parting thought, I'd really like to emphasize that as Sabia, we believe that the biggest asset that we have as BRICS is not necessarily the structures or the titles or the countries or the forums or the conferences, but in essence, it's the people. People will make up BRICS and people will determine whether it's a success. And so we're very happy to be part of this people-centered space with all of you. Thank you, Ms. Mabuza. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Brian. Thank you for that input and for that program of work that you have and highlighting your flagship programs. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now move on to final last input, left the best for last, from the chairperson of the BRICS Women's Business Alliance, Ms. Lerato Zulu, and who currently chairs both the South African chapter and the global BWBA. Over to you, Lebo.
Thank you so much, Chair Mabuza. It is quite interesting how, when it comes to women conversations, something has always got to go wrong. I do apologize for the reshuffle in the program. Technical glitches got the best of us. To yourself, Chair Mabuza, thank you so much for this opportunity. I'd like to extend our greetings to the Honorable Minister, Minister Patel, the Honorable, or His Excellency, Professor Sooklal, our Sherpa, and to all the heads of the apex bodies that are either still on the call or will be joining, have left already. And greetings to all the colleagues. I'm not going to take up too much time. I do believe this is the last session prior to the Q&A, so we're just going to get on with it. So back in 2020, our heads of states saw it important to have a clear focus on women businesses, across all BRICS member states. And to that end, the BRICS Women's Business Alliance was born. In understanding, of course, what our objective is, is all 5 chapters, and why we are here. It is really an SDG 5 conversation. It is that conversation that says to all of us, how are we as South Africa? We've done exceptionally well in terms of advancing the gender equality in the political spaces, in the corporate spaces. We look at people like yourselves, Chair Mabuza, we look at Rocha Mataboge, and we are inspired to say, insofar as the political spaces and corporate spaces, academic spaces, there's been significant movement of women, towards SDG 5, and South Africa has led that particular space and has become exemplary to many international countries. However, in economic spaces, being the last speaker on this particular engagement, one cannot help but to note that in most deliveries that have happened since this morning started, the question of gender has been literally by the way, a sideshow, a last-minute conversation. And one says to themselves, how do we then achieve and lead the SDG 5 as a country that has done exceptionally well in many spaces where gender equality is concerned, and not really place emphasis on the gender aspect of this particular structure, that has been created, that focuses on trade and economic conversations from a gender perspective. I am encouraged on behalf, of course, of the BRICS Women's Business Alliance by the delivery that was made by Minister Patel this morning, when he said the measure of metric of success for the BRICS Business Summit 2023 will not be on how beautiful the event would look and how articulate the presenters would be, but on really the transactioning and industrialization economic growth output. That for us says what we have crafted as an agenda from a BRICS WBA point of view, walking into this year being, this is our 3rd year of existence. So that approach that we've taken for ourselves is very clear, and it is really supported by deliveries that were made by Minister Patel, deliveries that were made by Ambassador Sooklal, as well as Matabane. She in her articulation, she was quite clear insofar as it is okay for us to have conversations in many different spaces with our BRIC member states. However, from an SA Inc. point of view, it becomes very important that we keep an eye on why South Africa joined the many multilateral organizations from an economic growth point of view. And that is where we are coming in. If we may please go to the next slide. So we have then said to ourselves, okay, so it's been, how do we fit women in? It has not been how are women driving the economic growth agenda of the country. So to that end, and in understanding exactly what role we seek to play as WBA, we have then crafted our vision and our strategy on the basis of an economic growth agenda through SMMEs and women specifically. It is the unseen sector that has been documented very brilliantly in many documents, in many papers, in many journals. However, the actual actuating of that conversation, is where we are seeking to play a key role, particularly starting from this year. And we're very ambitious, of course, that this approach will be an approach of WBA continuing to the next chairpersons of the different BRIC member states. So with that vision, we are clear in terms of the 4 focus areas. Stavros spoke earlier about the importance of defining what areas are we going to focus on, as all BRICS, different BRIC structures, being the other voice of business from a women perspective, the WBA is. We are clearly focused on food security and then, of course, introducing the blue economy into, women-owned businesses into the blue economy space, very lucrative. We are focused on the environmental safety, creative industries, and innovative development. Now, developing a strategy and preparing beautiful documents with nice pictures is one thing, but executing on that strategy is another. If we may please go to the next slide. So to that end, then in actuating and practicalizing what our strategy then means, through all our different working groups, we now have 13 working groups. 6 of those are cooperating at multilateral level, and the remaining 7 are very much local, focused on the domestic markets, domestic issues, as well as, of course, the intra-Africa conversation. We're happy to share, of course, the profile, but that's not the purpose of today's delivery. So in executing on our plan, our strategy for 2023, we've taken a 3-pronged approach. 1 is scoping missions. 2 will then lead to the business-to-business engagements and business-to-association engagements. And lastly, of course, we'll close with a trade conference. Now, insofar as the scoping mission, in each of the 4 key focus areas, being food security, as an example, we've crafted specific projects that are talking to trade, investment, technology transfer partnerships, and capacity building. Because, of course, we do acknowledge that when you talk about women-owned businesses who form the majority part of the MSME sector, it then becomes important that we don't lose sight of the importance of building capacity, hence that particular focus. And these are projects that some are feasibility, some are ready, shovel ready, but they are speaking to, they're speaking to new industrialization, they're speaking to investment, they're speaking to trading opportunities, bringing in digitalization in the agri-marketplace. So key to note, in some of the projects that we speak of in this particular work stream are the projects that, we are looking at enhancing cooperation between ourselves, South Africa, and various other African continents. So I'll just mention a few projects that we have worked on, that in these scoping missions, we are actually looking for trading partners where we seek to sell. We're looking for investment partners where we seek to put up plants, different kinds of industrialization plans as part of the country's agenda insofar as strategic localization is concerned. So one project is the fertilizer blending plant, which is a 3-way partnership between South Africa, China, and Zimbabwe. Second project, of course, in the food security space, which is key to note, is the coconut processing plant, which we earmarking as a two-way partnership between South Africa and Mozambique. However, we are looking at putting up a packaging plant in South Africa in order to ensure that there's maximum beneficiation for South Africa, understanding our socio-economic dynamics. Under the innovative development work stream, we have at least about 7 projects that are ranging from rolling out digital centers in rural villages to broadband mass rollout, as well as 4IR activations and skill development specific projects. This is us drawing key lessons from India especially. The country has done exceptionally well with its digital literacy to a point that a vendor on the street is trading using their mobile phones. And that for us are key lessons that we are seeking to engage in, engage the business community in India for cooperation and partnerships, in bringing such excellence into the country. We've just now come back from the China scoping mission, where the approach we've taken in these scoping missions is that the list of these projects that we have, we get into each of the meeting on the room and place on the table the projects that we are seeking partnerships on. Now, the reason why we've taken such an approach is really coming from a position that says, instead of just going out there and finding out what do you have that you can partner with us on, we've taken an approach that says, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. From a complementarity point of view, we would like to partner with you. We're looking for businesses that are in this space, that space. So that's been an approach that we've taken in a very first scoping mission, which was very successful. We're happy to share the scoping mission feedback report we returned from China on the 18th of March. Delegation is, we are leaving South Africa for the India scoping mission effective this coming Sunday. It's the same approach. We'll do the same thing with India. We'll do the same thing with Brazil. But the whole point is we are looking for partnerships that will enable our women-owned businesses and then the broader MSME sector to trade, to partner with our BRICS, the BRICS member states, and access those specific markets. Ambassador Sooklal gave us numbers, during his delivery to say the scope is that big, and how are we leveraging not only South Africa but the continent as a whole in ensuring that we do actually commercialize those platforms. When we commercialize these markets, we are really geared towards contributing to the country and the continent's economic growth agenda. So post the scoping mission, between April and July, it will be B2B engagements that stems from the scoping missions that we've done. Now, all of this is geared, if we may go to the next slide, please, it's the last slide. All of this is geared towards what we coin as the key event for BRICS WBA, which is scheduled for 20 to 21 August. That is, I'm not quite sure why that slide is blank. Technically, if you may please assist in that regard. But it's all geared towards, an event, a key event on the 20th to the 21st of August, just before the BRICS Business Forum and, of course, the BRICS Summit. And that is the BRICS Africa WBA Trading Conference. Now, there are key highlights to this particular conference. It is a conference like no other because we're pulling in women-owned and MSMEs, of course, from all 5 BRIC countries. But not only that, we're pulling in from different African countries, 10 specific African countries. We're happy to share the conference profile with yourselves as well. Now, the whole point is really from scoping mission to B2Bs to getting to a point where we are ending with the conference. It is a signing ceremony for us. Where trade deals would have been signed. And yes, we do acknowledge there are many trade barriers. There are many regulatory barriers that are in line, but we have that relationship with Council. We have that relationship with many state organs of state that can assist to say if this is a regulatory barrier in this particular space. I mean, we've got clear projects, you know, in the environmental safety space that is speaking to converting coal to liquid, as an example. And I would imagine the many number of trade barriers that we probably will experience in actuating that particular project. But it is one thing to actuate something that's already on the table and seeking to remove trade barriers. It is another to be talking about policy principle of something that might present an opportunity. So we've taken an approach that says bring the opportunities on the table. Let us really look at how do we contribute as WBA to the country's growth, economic growth and recovery agenda, and that really would be my submission. You know, contrary to popular belief, Chair, if you allow me to close by saying this, contrary to popular belief that women are only engaged in soft skill conversations and we're really concerned with events, WBA has been very deliberate in its focus on trade, investment, you know, tech transfer, partnerships, and capacity building initiatives and projects. We've made it a mission that we wish to see through. So we do invite other work streams, other organs of state to support us. We've landed to this point resourcing ourselves. So we're happy to hear the support that you are getting from, you know, different organizations as the council, and we do appreciate a 10-year-old journey did come with its own set of challenges. But 3 years on, we are landing at this point without any resource from anybody, and those that do have resources that do believe in our vision, we do invite you to partner with us and really put in your mark in towards the attainment of SDG 5, at least from an SA Inc. and the Africa continent point of view. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Chairperson Ms. Zulu, Chair of the BWBA. Thank you so much for that input. I'm sure colleagues will be asking for contact details, copies of the slides, so that they can link up to the fantastic work that you are doing. Colleagues, I haven't been able to keep to my usual. This time around, we had promised you that we would release you by noon. So for those who need to go, we've overrun by almost an hour by now. Those who need to leave, I totally understand. And I thank you most sincerely for your participation. Please keep in touch with us. Please keep a watch on our website for upcoming events and our program of work. And please, most importantly, do support our work as we try to deliver on behalf of South Africa Incorporated to the benefit of broader society in South Africa and the continent. At this point, those who need to leave, we understand, but those who can stay are most welcome to do so, because we'll just take a few minutes to deal with a few questions. I will ask our secretariat to see if they can find a way to actually put a page on our website where we can start keeping track of these questions and the answers that we get. And some of the questions will probably not have, we may not have answers for this very today. So we'll then endeavor to put our answers up on the links as we move along. So there was a question on regional participation through provincial councils. We are in touch with the trade and investment agencies of the different provinces. And if there are any other agencies in the regions that would like to be in contact with us, please go to our website, please put in your contact information and the reasons for your contact so that our secretariat can get in touch with you. Ideally, we would like to have some kind of a roadshow before we get to August in the different provinces. So maybe there's an opportunity to partner with yourselves in that regard. Mr. Ratsoma must have expected this question. How do we access funding through the BRICS Bank, the New Development Bank? We will reach out to the New Development Bank and ask them for their criteria. Maybe they have those in a page, including contact details on how you can access them for funding. My recommendation, however, would be that you reach into them through our Financial Services Working Group, which has the primary relationship responsibility on behalf of the BRICS Business Council with the new development bank. They will then have access to information on the criteria and the contact details of the relevant people. I'm hoping they may actually also be able to give you leads to other funding institutions where the new development bank is not the appropriate funding partner. Thank you for the request of our work plan until the conference. We will publish as we move along on our website. The full program is available to our members and the business bodies who are our partners. But as we get close to delivery, the events will be published on our website. However, should you require any more detail, I invite you to please reach into us through our website and through our secretariat. An important question that we probably need to take back to the working groups is the issue of capacity building. And the question was, is it possible to have manufacturing capacity building amongst BRICS nations? Pertinent question. And I will request the delegate who has posed that question to please reach in through our manufacturing working group or through our secretariat. And please make sure that we pick up on this question. Secretariat has got it already. It is an action item that we need to spend a little time on and see how we can assist in that regard. There are other suggestions on introduction of productivity management and support mechanisms. We will reach out to the delegates that have posed those suggestions, because we actually invited you to this program precisely for your input to enhance our program of work, so that, as you heard our marching orders, it delivers to the benefit of the broader society. And an issue that was raised during our midterm meeting, which was hosted here in South Africa in 2018, on the issue of people with disabilities, how we, as the BRICS formation, can start focusing on our attention on this very important disadvantaged sector of our society. We will definitely re-engage on that. Thank you to the colleague who has called us out on dropping the ball on that front. We did acknowledge it in 2018. However, I think we did not have the support, especially from the sector, or from representative organizations of people with disabilities. So we'll pick up on that and seek assistance on how we can be relevant in our response in crowding in people with disabilities. So, colleagues, unless there are any other questions at this point, I would like to release the delegates and request Council to please remain in the room. Speakers who still have an extra half an hour, or even if it's a few minutes, please can we just give an opportunity to colleagues from the media to ask questions that they may not have felt they wish to pose in this open forum. So on that note, let me thank every single one of you for joining us today. Thank you for your contribution. Your mere presence has boosted us, and we will be accelerating, as we indicated at the start, our program of delivery starting from today. We would like to make sure that when we reach the point of handing over our annual report to the heads of state, it is inclusive, not only inclusive of your input, but it also includes tangible outcomes that benefit the broader South African public and SA Inc. Thank you so much. Thanks to the speakers, thanks to the participants, and thanks everybody. Siyabonga. I'll just take a minute as we allow the delegates to log off, and then we'll check if there are any members of the media that have remained on the platform that have any questions for the speakers. Secretariat, please let's not lose the questions that have been asked so that we can put the answers up on an ongoing basis. I'll take guidance from the technical team on when we can start the conversation with any of the colleagues from media who are remaining online. Okay, we will put on the website the contact details of our secretariat, and most specifically Zakona Captain, who heads up our communications team. And please feel free to reach in through Zakona to any one of the council members. And if there's a request and a need to reach into any of the speakers that avail themselves here today, we'll be more than happy to assist the media, members of the media. Colleagues, may I declare the meeting closed? Thanks to our technical team, thanks to the Secretariat. You guys are absolutely fantastic. We look forward to the next engagement. Hopefully.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Chair.